Hello everyone. In this video, we have for you the complete solutions for CAT 22 Slot 1 by IMS. My name is Kumud Choudhary and I will be taking you through the VARC section because that is my specific area of expertise. Now, to derive the greatest benefit from this video, it would be best if you have solved the questions first. So in case you've not appeared for CAT 22 Slot 1, I would say that you should get a hold of the question paper and go through the questions. In this video, we're not only trying to explain the answers, but we will also be shedding some light on some specific techniques that you can use to solve some of the questions. For those of you who appeared for CAT 22 in the first slot, we hope that this video gives you some insight into your performance. And for those of you who are yet to appear for CAT or plan to take it next year or the year after that, we hope that this video is of some help and provides you some encouragement in your preparation. Let's talk about the verbal section for CAT 2022, Slot 1. Now, those of you who did appear for the exam, you have probably seen our analysis, you already know the cutoffs. So this is going to be a very short commentary on Slot 1. On the whole, the difficulty level was not fundamentally different from last year's paper. So that part has remained constant, which should be good news for most candidates. There were a few changes, of course, as we expect every year. A new question type, para-completion, was introduced. It's not an entirely new question type because we have had this appear in the past in a slightly different format, and it's not something that you would be entirely unprepared for. The other minor change, of course, was the fewer number of theta questions, which might also have surprised a few people. But as we normally tell you, whenever you take an exam, always be prepared for surprises. Take a look at the question paper and then revise your strategy if needed. On the whole, a good number of attempts for Slot 1 probably would be something between 16 to 18. Now, if you have fairly decent accuracy, that should get you to a pretty high score. So if you have looked at the cutoffs, the 99.5 percentile cutoff is about a score of 44, and a score of 41 would probably give you about 99 percentile or so. But that aside, what we do need to talk about is the questions themselves. Now, if you have selected wisely, then it's pretty simple to reach a high score. Of course, if you fell for the wrong passage or if you were surprised by the format for some reason, then you might not have done so well. So now what we're going to do is to solve each question in the verbal section of Slot 1 just the way that we normally do, like our SimCATs. Let's get started. Let's take a look at this particular passage. Now, this is going to be my favorite passage in this particular slot because it is by far the easiest. The passage might have a few difficult sentences here and there, but the questions are pretty straightforward. And in fact, I think it's very possible to get 4 out of 4 right from this passage. Let's get started. It talks about stories concerning the undead, and we're saying that they have always been with us. From out of the primal darkness of mankind's earliest years come whispers of eerie creatures, not quite alive, yet not quite dead. So it talks about the origin of ghost stories. That is what stories about the undead are. They're ghost stories. Now, why did these stories emerge? At a particular point in time, we obviously did not have a way to light up our world. So there was a lot of darkness. And you would also know from your history that man used to live in caves, and caves were also not very well lit places. So on the whole, there was general darkness. So there were some hints, some strange sounds, which probably gave rise to some degree of fear. Now, since mankind could not really explain this fear really well, since they also probably couldn't go out to explore where these sounds are coming from, they started creating these stories about creatures that lurked in the dark. That is what the first few lines are talking about. These creatures were supposedly neither alive nor dead. They were pretty strange, but we did not really ascribe any particular shape or definition to these species or these creatures, As we keep reading, it says, these may have been ancient or primitive deities who dwelt deep in the surrounding forests and in remote places, or simply those deceased who refused to remain in their tombs and who wandered about the countryside, physically tormenting and frightening those who were still alive. Mostly, they were ill-defined. Strange sounds in the night beyond the comforting glow of the fire, or a half glimpsed in the twilight. So on the whole, we did not really know what these creatures looked like, what they were. They could have been anything. And as we said, since there was general darkness all around, there were possibly many things to be frightened of. And since we needed to probably explain away this fear, we came up with these stories about the undead. Now, if we read the last sentence, it says, "Such fear formed the basis of the earliest tales, although the source and exact nature of such terrors still remain very vague." So we didn't really know what we were scared of, but we did know that we are scared of something probably hiding in the darkness. So the topic clearly is the stories about the undead. And what are we saying about these stories? We're talking about the early stories and how they originated. So stories concerning the undead have always been with us, with the earliest tales originating from our ancestors' terror of the strange and ill-defined creatures lurking in the darkness. Now, this passage has now become interesting. So we keep reading. The second paragraph says, "And as mankind became more sophisticated, leaving the gloom of their caves and forming themselves into recognizable communities, so the undead traveled with them." Now let's understand that this is not to be taken at face value. We're not really talking about ghosts and spirits accompanying humans. We're talking about the fact these stories of ghosts and spirits, the undead, traveled wherever the humans went. Now, the stories, however, changed. Now they began to take on more definite shape. So if you recall, in the first paragraph, we said that the source of the fear was not very well defined. But now we are trying to become a little more definite about what we are scared of. Some still remained vague and ill-defined, but as mankind strove to explain the horror which it felt towards them, such creatures emerged more readily into the light. Again, not to be taken at face value. What this means is that we are now trying to figure out why are we scared, what are we scared of. And in doing that, we would obviously need to be able to describe a little better these creatures that we are seemingly afraid of. These creatures are not actually coming into the light, they're just getting better defined. So how do I sum up the argument here? We're simply talking about how these stories developed as humans formed communities. So as communities were formed, the undead did remain a part of our folklore or traditional storytelling, but they started taking on more definite shape. Let's move on to paragraph 3 now. It's a pretty short paragraph. Now here we're saying that already we see these creatures as abnormal. If you recall, in the first paragraph, we said that they are neither alive nor are they dead. So clearly they are not normal. But why are they not normal? This has to be better defined or explained. So in order to do that, we started according some unnatural characteristics to these creatures. For example, the power to transform themselves into other shapes, the ability to sustain themselves by drinking human blood. So we all know which sorts of creatures these characteristics are associated with. Now, because of these characteristics, these creatures became even more fearsome, they became even more scary. So the argument here simply is that since these creatures were seen as abnormal, we accorded them characteristics that defied or went against the natural order. We gave them unnatural characteristics to clearly segregate that, these are not quite human. And these powers, of course, added to the fear that we felt of these creatures. Now, we're almost at the end, but there is one important aspect that we still need to discuss. Now, in paragraph 4, it talks about how the undead became associated with magic. We already know that a lot of our stories, whether we read them or whether we watch them on the screen, they show magicians, sorcerers, other sorts of powerful people conjuring spirits or calling upon monsters somewhere residing in the spirit realm. Now, how did this come to happen? It says that it was only natural that the undead should become connected with the practice of magic. From very early times, shamans and witch doctors claimed some power and control over the spirits of their departed ancestors. And this has continued into more civilized times. So even today, we believe in holding seances, being able to summon spirits and so on. It's not really died out despite the fact that these stories originated such a long time ago. So this paragraph is simply talking about the fact that over time, the undead became connected with the practice of magic and supposedly they could be controlled by a competent magician or sorcerer. However, the relationship between the magician and the undead was a little uncertain. Again, if you're able to recall some of the stuff you have read or watched, we know that the power equation can change. So this paragraph goes on to explain why the relationship was uncertain. For example, sometimes the magician may die and become one of the undead, in which case the undead would now become subject to another magician. So this relationship kept changing. Now, in paragraph 5, all that we are saying is that these stories continue to evolve from the Middle Ages into the Age of Enlightenment. The theories did change over time. The characters that we put into these stories were given different sorts of names: werewolves, vampires, ghouls, and so on. And each of them was designed to terrorize humanity. So the argument here is nothing but a repetition of what I have just read, that from the Middle Ages into the Age of Enlightenment, theories of the undead continue to evolve. Now, before we look at the questions, which are very, very easy, we should do a passage recap. So let's do that. If you recall, in the first paragraph, we talked about the earliest stories and how they originated from our ancestors' terror of the strange and ill-defined creatures of darkness. Then we said that as humans formed communities, the undead kind of traveled with us. They remained a part of our stories, but they started taking on more definite shape. After that, we said that since we had already characterized the undead as abnormal, therefore we assigned them characteristics that defied the natural order. Then we talked about how the undead became associated with the practice of magic and how certain magicians could probably summon them or control them. And finally, we talked about how the stories progressed from the Middle Ages into the Age of Enlightenment. So what is the main idea? The main idea would have to talk about how the stories about the undead have originated and then changed over time. So here we are saying that stories about the undead originated from our early ancestors' fear, and then over time these sources of fear became slightly better defined. And that's about it. That's what we need to take away from this passage. Let's take a look at the questions now. The first question here is pretty simple. We have prepared and practiced for this question. Which one of the following statements best describes what the passage is about? So this is nothing but a main idea or a primary purpose sort of a question. For this, we need to be able to take a look at the flow of ideas in the entire passage. Please be careful. Do not look at a single paragraph and decide. So the first paragraph talks about the earlier stories which originated from our ancestors' fear of these creatures in the dark. Then we talked about how the undead started taking on more definite shape. After that, we talked about the unnatural characteristics associated with the undead. Then we talked about connecting the undead to magic. And finally, we talked about how the stories evolved through the Middle Ages into the Age of Enlightenment. So ultimately, we are talking about how the stories of the undead have changed over time. That would be my shadow answer before I start looking at the options. So option 1 here says, the writer discusses the transition from primitive thinking to the Age of Enlightenment. This is a very easy option to eliminate because it doesn't mention the topic, which is the stories about the undead. So we should eliminate option 1. Option 2 says, the writer describes the ways in which the undead come to be associated with shamans and the practice of magic. This is what we would call a limited option. Definitely not the answer because this is just one paragraph in the entire passage. So we eliminate option 2. Option 3 says the passage describes the failure of human beings to fully comprehend their environment. Again, does not mention the topic, the stories about the undead. So we eliminate 3. Now option 4 clearly says that the passage discusses the evolution of theories of the undead from primitive thinking to the Age of Enlightenment. It's a very easy question. We should be able to select option 4 with a great degree of certainty. Now this question has been phrased in a slightly twisted manner, but the question itself is very easy. So the first thing that we do whenever we encounter negatives is to simplify the question itself. The options will come later. All of the following statements, if false, could be seen as being in accordance with the passage except. This has a double negative. The first negative is the false. The second negative is the except. So how do we simplify it? It just means which statement is in accordance with the passage. Two negatives make an affirmative or a positive. So that's all we've done. So now we simply need to pick an option that is supported by the text. It's a very simple question. Let's take a look at our first option. The relationship between shamans and the undead was believed to be a strong and stable one. Clearly, this is not supported by the text. The relationship was tenuous and uncertain. Tenuous means fragile, easily broken. So, option 1 is not in accordance with the passage. We should eliminate it. Now, the reason that we are solving it this way is that it's much easier for our minds to process an option if we simplify the question. Let's take a look at option 2. The undead remained vague and ill-defined even as mankind strove to understand the horror they inspired. Now we know that at the beginning, the undead were vague and ill-defined, but after that, as man formed communities, moved to cities and so on, they did begin to take on more definite shape. And paragraph 2 clearly tells us that. So option 2 is not supported by the passage, so we eliminate it. Option 3 says the growing sophistication of mankind meant that humans stopped believing in the undead. Now, clearly, if we look at paragraph 2 very carefully at the very beginning, it tells us that as mankind became more sophisticated, the undead traveled with them. So, we did not stop believing in them, regardless of our level of sophistication. So, we eliminate option 3. Option 4 says, the transition from the Middle Ages to the Age of Enlightenment saw new theories of the undead, which is absolutely true according to paragraph 5. So option 4 is definitely our answer. Again, a very simple question, provided you took the time to simplify the question for yourself. Now, this is a very specific question. In fact, for this, you need not really go back to the passage because the text is given to you right here. So, it says which one of the following best expresses the claim made in this statement. Whenever you see a question like this, you should always paraphrase it in your own head. Make sure that you have understood it and then look at the options. So, how would I paraphrase this statement? It simply means that since the undead was seen as abnormal, therefore, we assigned them unnatural characteristics. So, why are we saying that they were seen as abnormal? Because from our earliest stories, we always believed in creatures that were neither alive nor dead. And that is what makes them abnormal. In order to confirm that they are very different from the natural order of things, we assigned them even more characteristics to make them seem scary and strange. Having understood this, let's take a look at our options. Now, here it says the natural attributes of the undead are rendered abnormal by changing their status. First of all, we never really believed that they had natural attributes. So, option 1 can definitely not be the claim made in the statement. We should eliminate it. Option 2 says that the undead are deified in nature's order by giving them divine attributes. We need to understand the words deified and divine. Deify means to look upon someone as God, and divine again means godlike or godly. Now, the passage does not really say that we looked upon the undead as gods. In the first paragraph, yes, it does mention certain deities and so on, but on the whole, the undead were strange, scary creatures for us. We did not assign them godlike or divine characteristics. We assigned them characteristics that clearly set them off as abnormal or unnatural creatures. So, option 2 cannot be the claim that the author is making in this sentence. So, we eliminate it. Option 3 says, human beings conceptualize the undead as possessing abnormal features. This is exactly what the author is trying to say. We see them as abnormal. Why are they abnormal? Because they have abnormal characteristics. So, the conceptualization of the undead kind of feeds into their character as being strange, weird, or against the natural order of things. So, we should retain option 3, but we still have one more option to look at. According the undead, an abnormal status is to reject the natural order of things. Now, what is this option saying? It's saying that if we view the undead as abnormal, then in general, we are rejecting the natural order of things. But that's not true, because the undead are anyway not a part of the natural order of things. We are setting them aside from the natural order, but that does not change our general worldview. So, option 4 cannot be our answer. We eliminate option 4, option 3 will have to be our answer. Now, this might have taken a bit more thought, but on the whole, I think this is still a simple question. Now here we have another specific question. It's simply asking us, which one of the following observations is a valid conclusion to draw from the statement, from out of the primal darkness of mankind's earliest years come whispers of eerie creatures, not quite alive yet not quite dead either. Now, if you really look at it, all that it's asking you to do is to paraphrase it, because that is what a conclusion is really. There is not much more that we need to understand. So, what do I understand by this statement? What I understand is that in their earliest years, humans were afraid of strange creatures that lurked in the dark and were believed to be neither living nor dead. So, this is a simplified version of the same statement. Having understood this, let's take a look at our first option. Long ago, eerie creatures used to whisper in the primal darkness that they were not quite dead. This option, very frankly, is quite ridiculous, because these strange creatures are not going to whisper to us that they are not dead. So this is trying to take these eerie whispers at face value. When the text talks about primal darkness and whispers of eerie creatures, it's not really saying that these strange creatures are whispering or talking to us. What it could mean is that we might have heard strange sounds in the dark and interpreted them as creatures that we should be afraid of. So, option 1 should be eliminated. It's not the right paraphrase. Option 2 says, mankind's early years were marked by a belief in the existence of eerie or strange creatures that were neither quite alive nor dead. This is exactly what our shadow answer is also saying, so we should retain option 2. Option 3 says we can understand the lives of the eerie creatures through their whispers in the darkness. So, we're not really talking about trying to understand the eerie creatures. We're actually looking at it from the human perspective and how they viewed these eerie creatures in the dark. Also, as I already said, these creatures are not actually whispering. So, option 3 should be eliminated. Option 4 says mankind's primal years. Now, primal means from the beginning, very early on. So, mankind's earliest years were marked by creatures alive with eerie whispers. All that this option is trying to do is to distract you with confusing words. Nowhere is it saying that the creatures are alive with eerie whispers, but seen only in the darkness. The reason that they were afraid of these creatures is that there was general darkness all around, and they might have heard sounds or found some evidence that suggested that something scary is out in the dark. But that does not lead us to option 4. So, option 4 should be eliminated. It would have to be option 2, also matches our original shadow answer. So, now we are done with the first passage. As I said, all 4 questions were definitely possible. On the whole, easy passage. Now here we have another fairly easy passage. I found one of the questions in this passage to be a little bit tricky, but on the whole I would say 3 out of 4 questions is definitely possible. But before we can get to the questions, of course, we do need to get through the passage. So let's get started. So here in paragraph 1, we are talking about 2 different concepts of a copy according to the Chinese. Now you'll have to excuse my pronunciation. So I'm just guessing how these words are to be pronounced. The first type of copy is called a fancy pin. These are imitations where you clearly know that this is not the original. Now these copies are not considered the same as the original. They are clearly imitations. But then there is the second concept of the copy, which is called a fuzzy pin or a fuzzy pin. They are exact reproductions of the original, which for the Chinese are of equal value to the original. It has no negative connotations. So when we say that something is a copy of something else, normally it connotes that it is inferior. But according to the Chinese, that is not the case. So if something is a fuzzy pin, it is an exact replica, no different from the original. Now, of course, in the West, they do not see imitations or copies the same way, and that creates certain problems. The discrepancy with regard to the understanding of what a copy is has often led to misunderstandings and arguments between China and Western museums. Now imagine this. So the Chinese send over a copy which according to them is as good as the original. But then the Western museum looks at it, decides it's not the original, and then rejects it, which of course the Chinese think is an insult because according to them there is no problem. So the topic over here clearly is the difference between Chinese and Western notion of a copy. the argument will have to say something further about what this difference is. So, what we have read is that the Chinese notion of a copy distinguishes between an imitation and an exact reproduction. But this differentiation is not there in the West. So, the Western understanding of a copy is very different. According to the West, a copy is not of the same value as the original. Let's move on. Now, we've combined two paragraphs here because there is a lot of data and together this data makes a single point. Paragraph 2 talks about a Japanese shrine. Now, this shrine, according to the people, is 1300 years old. But in reality, this temple or shrine is completely rebuilt from scratch every 20 years. So, what we have to understand here is that in their eyes, this completely rebuilt structure is no different from the original, which is very similar to what we read in the first paragraph. But now let's understand what happens in the rest of the world. Paragraph 3 talks about a cathedral in Germany, and what they do is that they continuously repair this cathedral very slowly, bit by bit. Why would they do that? Because they're trying to preserve the original. So that is what paragraph 3 talks about. Let's look at the last line. Of course, attempts are made to preserve the stones from the Middle Ages for as long as possible. But at some point, they too are removed and replaced with new stones. So here also, there is a copy being made, but this is not their first choice. They will do it only when the original has to be replaced. Now, what is the point that they're trying to make by giving us these two examples? The point that they're clearly trying to make is that the Eastern notion of identity is very different from the Western one. And this is reflected in the fact that the Grand Shrine in Japan is seen as ancient even though it's completely rebuilt every 2 decades, but the cathedral in Germany is very gradually repaired so as to preserve the original structure for as long as possible. And let's understand why they do it, because in the West, the original is of more value than a replica. Now, paragraph 4 says that fundamentally it is the same operation as the Japanese shrine, except that in the case of the cathedral, the production of a replica takes place very slowly. But in both cases, you are creating a replica. In the field of art as well, the idea of an unassailable original developed historically in the Western world. So we need to understand what is the meaning of an unassailable original. When you say something is unassailable, it means that you cannot question it, doubt it, change it because it's too important. So the original is to be preserved because it is very important and all effort should be made to not change it. Then we are saying that in the 17th century, this was not necessarily the case. At that time, excavated artworks from antiquity were treated quite differently from today. They were not restored in a way so that they were faithful to the original. In fact, the original could be changed in a big way. That is what the last line says. Instead, there was a massive intervention in these works, changing their appearance. So, we are saying that in the West, this concept of preserving the original came about over a period of time. And this was in contrast to what was happening in the 17th century, when the original artwork, in fact, could be changed during restoration. So now we're kind of extending these notions of original versus replica to a completely different field. It is probably this intellectual position that explains why Asians have far fewer scruples about cloning than the Europeans. The South Korean cloning researcher Hwang Woo-suk, who attracted worldwide attention with his cloning experiments, is a Buddhist. Now we need to understand that we are bringing in another aspect here which had not been referred to so far, and that new aspect is religion. So what we are saying initially in the first line is that this difference in intellectual position on copy versus original could explain attitudes to cloning. Now, after that we are saying that on the whole, the Buddhists are more in support of cloning as compared to the Christians who asked for a complete ban on human cloning. So that's where this passage ends. Of course, it looks like it's a pretty abrupt end, but then we have to understand that the original text might actually be longer. So the argument over here simply is that the difference in intellectual positions might explain why Buddhists have fewer objections to cloning as compared to the Christians. Now, this religious angle has not really been mentioned elsewhere in the passage, so I felt that this paragraph is slightly different from the rest. Now we're going to do a passage recap and then arrive at the main idea. So in the first paragraph, we simply talked about how the Chinese notion of a copy distinguishes between an imitation and an exact reproduction, but these ideas are very different from the ideas in the West. Then we said that the Far Eastern notion of identity, in fact, is also very different from the ideas in the West. This was reflected in the fact that the Japanese shrine is still considered 1300 years old, even though it is remade every 20 years. Whereas in Germany, the cathedral is very slowly repaired because they want to preserve the original. After that, we talked about the idea of the unassailable original, which has come about historically. As compared to the 17th century, when the original artwork in fact was altered during restoration, later there came about a view that the original needs to be preserved and therefore should not be changed. After that, we talked about the difference in the positions of the Buddhists, who were mostly supportive of cloning, as compared to Christians, who had far more objections and asked for a ban on human cloning. So the overall idea, if we look at the running theme throughout all the paragraphs, simply seems to be a difference between the East and the West and their positions on original versus copy. So we would sum this up by saying the Asians, instead of the Easterns, the Asians tend to view a replica as being of equal value to the original, whereas the West sees the original as having higher value. They preserve this idea of the unassailable original. The first question here is what we call an application question. We have to understand a particular idea in the passage and then apply to a completely new situation. So it says, based on the passage, which one of the following copies would a Chinese museum be unlikely to consider as having less value than the original? Now, this question has been worded a little differently. We have to pick the one that is unlikely to be considered as less value than the original. In other words, in which of these situations are both copies, or basically the copy and the original, going to be of the same value? That's what we're looking for. Now let's look at the first paragraph and understand those two concepts of copy as discussed. The Chinese have two different concepts of a copy. The first is a fancy pin, where we are saying that the difference between the original and the imitation is very obvious. Now this sort of a copy is not going to be of the same value as the original. But then there is a second variety called the fuzzy pin or the fuzzy pin, which is an exact reproduction. And this is supposed to have the same value as the original piece. So now we are going to look at each option and decide whether it is a fancy pin or a fuzzy pin. Let's take a look at option 1. Pablo Picasso's painting of Vincent van Gogh's original painting bearing Picasso's signature. Now here, let's not think about Picasso versus Van Gogh. You're not supposed to bring in that knowledge. The only thing it's trying to convey is that Picasso was a great painter and so was Van Gogh. But imagine Pablo Picasso takes one of Van Gogh's paintings and makes a copy of it, but then signs his own name. What has happened? The original has been altered. The moment we take a look at both the paintings, we will know that this is the Van Gogh original and this is the copy made by Picasso. This is the first scenario, the fancy pin, where the copy is substantially different from the original. So here we are going to consider the copy of lesser value as compared to the original. So this cannot be our answer because we need a situation where both are of equal value. Now let's take a look at option 2. Picasso's photograph of Vincent van Gogh's original painting printed to exactly the same scale. But again, when you take a photograph, you will be able to clearly differentiate between the photograph and the original painting. So this is also the first case, the fancy pin, where the imitation is clearly different from the original. So here also the copy is going to be of less value, so this cannot be our answer. Option 3 says Pablo Picasso's miniaturized but otherwise faithful and accurate painting. Now the moment you miniaturize something, clearly there will be a difference between the original and the copy. This again becomes a situation where the copy is of less value than the original. Now we have the fourth option. Pablo Picasso's painting of Vincent van Gogh's original painting identical in every respect. This is the second case, the fuzzy pin, where something is an exact reproduction and therefore of equal value. Now, if you're considering this from the point of view of the Chinese museum, option 4 will consider both the paintings of equal value, and therefore option 4 becomes our answer. Here we have another question that talks about something being unlikely. Which one of the following scenarios is unlikely to follow from the arguments in the passage? The first option says a 20th century Japanese Buddhist monk would value a reconstructed shrine as the original. Now, even though this exact situation may not have been mentioned in the passage, there is some evidence that will help us decide. So let's take a look. In paragraph 2, it very clearly says that this Japanese shrine has been completely rebuilt, but it still is seen as an ancient structure by all the people who visit it. When I say all the people, it is the Japanese pilgrims who visit the shrine. So, if I extend the same thought to option 1, it would be very likely that the Japanese Buddhist monk would value a reconstructed shrine as the original. So, option 1 is likely to happen. Therefore, it cannot be our option. So, option 1 is likely to happen, which is why it cannot be our answer. So, we eliminate it. Option 2 says a 21st century Christian scientist is likely to oppose cloning because of his philosophical orientation. Now, we do know what happened in the 21st century because this is given to us in the last paragraph. It says very clearly that this particular researcher found a lot of support from the Buddhists, but the Christians called for a ban on human cloning, and this apparently happened in 2004. So, based on this evidence, it is very likely that a 21st century Christian scientist is likely to oppose cloning because the cloning angle is determined by your religious beliefs as given in the passage. So, option 2 again is a likely scenario, so we eliminate it. Now, let's take a look at option 3. 17th century British painter would have no problem adding personal touches when restoring an ancient Roman painting. So, let's take a look at what happened in the Western world in the 17th century. Paragraph 4 clearly tells us that in the 17th century, there was massive intervention in these works, changing their appearance. So, when restoring an ancient artwork, it was okay to change its appearance. So, option 3 is also a likely scenario. Regardless of whether he's a British painter or a French painter, it really doesn't matter as long as it's happening in the 17th century in the Western world. So, we eliminate option 3. We're looking at option 4. A 17th century French artist who adhered to a Christian worldview would need to be completely true to the original intent of a painting when restoring it. Based on what we know about the 17th century Western world, this is unlikely to happen. In the 17th century, supposedly it was okay to alter the painting while restoring it, regardless of whether you were a Christian or not. So, considering that a French artist would be part of the Western world, option 4 will have to be our answer because this is an unlikely scenario. Now, this question says the value that the modern West assigns to an unassailable original has resulted in all of the following except. This is the question that I found slightly tricky, so let's be careful with this one. We need to understand what an unassailable original means. So, let's first take a look at that. It means that the original should not be changed because it has a higher value than a replica. That is the notion of the unassailable original. Now, this idea would lead to all of the following except. In other words, what would this idea not lead to? Now, option 1 says it discourages them from making interventions in ancient art. So, if we take a look at the example of the cathedral, what are they trying to do there? They're trying to maintain the original architecture. Look at the last line here. Of course, attempts are made to preserve the stones from the Middle Ages for as long as possible. Why? Because according to them, the original is far more important than any replica that can be created. So, option 1 is something that is in accordance with the idea of the unassailable original. It's not an exception, so we eliminate it. Option 2 says it discourages them from carrying out human cloning. Now, let's take a look at the paragraph about human cloning. Here it says that he, referring to the cloning researcher, found a great deal of support and followers among Buddhists, while Christians called for a ban on human cloning. Now, this idea about supporting or banning human cloning actually seems to be related to your religious beliefs rather than the concept of an unassailable original. So option 2 could be an exception unless we find something better. So we should keep it. Option 3 says it discourages them from simultaneous displays of multiple copies of a painting. Now the idea of the unassailable original clearly says that the original is better than the copy. But even if we look at the first paragraph, it clearly says that the Western museums tend to reject the copies sent by the Chinese, even though according to the Chinese the copies are just as good as the original. So clearly option 3 also follows from this idea of the unassailable original. So we should eliminate it, it's not an exception. Option 4 says it allows regular employment for certain craftsmen. Now how does this follow from the passage? So I actually got stuck between options 2 and 4. Now if you look at option 4 very carefully, what could the craftsmen do? If we are trying to preserve the original, we would require certain specialists who could create replicas of the original or try to preserve the original without altering its appearance. For example, if we take a look at paragraph 3 here, the example of the cathedral says, and in the cathedral's dedicated workshop, copies of the damaged sandstone figures are constantly being produced. For this, we would require craftsmen. So, the idea of an unassailable original is going to create work for certain craftsmen. Therefore, at the end, I would say that 4 is not an exception. It would have to be option 2. However, if I were to answer this question during the exam under greater pressure, I might have gotten this one wrong. Now this is a pretty simple question. Which one of the following statements does not correctly express the similarity between the IMS Grand Shrine and the Cathedral of the Freiburg Minster? Again, excuse my pronunciation. Let's move on with the question. Let's take a look at the first option. Both will one day be completely rebuilt. The passage clearly tells us that. In paragraph 4, it says fundamentally this is the same operation as with the Japanese shrine, except in this case, the replica takes place slowly. So, in time, yes, both the Japanese shrine and the cathedral are completely rebuilt. It's just that the shrine is rebuilt every 20 years, the cathedral may take more time. But this is a point of similarity. So it cannot be our answer. We need something that is not a point of similarity. Option 2 says both were built as places of worship. Now obviously, if it is a shrine, then paragraph 2 clearly tells us that there are millions of Japanese people who go there on pilgrimage. So it is a place of worship. The second case is a cathedral, which again would be a place of worship. So this is a similarity, which is why option 2 cannot be our answer. Option 3 says both can be regarded as very old structures. It clearly says in paragraph 2 that the shrine in Japan is 1300 years old for the millions of pilgrims who go there. So according to them, it is a very old structure. And paragraph 3 tells us that this cathedral has probably been in existence since the Middle Ages because they are trying to preserve the stones from the Middle Ages. So option 3 is also a point of similarity. Option 4 says both are continually undergoing restoration. Well, it's only the cathedral that is continually undergoing restoration. The Cathedral of Freiburg Minster in southwest Germany is covered in scaffolding almost all year round. So that means that it keeps undergoing restoration very frequently, whereas the shrine is rebuilt every 20 years. So this is not a point of similarity, and that's why option 4 is our answer. On the whole, not a very difficult passage. You just needed to read the questions carefully, and 3 out of 4 questions would definitely be possible here. This particular passage is a bit challenging. In fact, when I was reading it, I found that I did have to go back and refocus on a few words and sentences because I tended to keep losing track. When it comes to the questions are not particularly difficult, but I definitely thought that they were a bit time consuming. So if you did solve this passage in the exam, at the end of it, you might have felt that you lost a little more time than you intended to. At the same time, if I had to say out of 4 questions, how many could be realistically targeted, I would say that 3 questions possibly could be gotten right from this passage. But as I said earlier, they would take time to solve. Let's first try to understand the passage. We're going to go a little bit slowly. Instead of reading it, I'm just going to try and paraphrase the text for the most part and use examples wherever required. So when I started reading it, the topic is pretty clear. It talks about the critical theory of technology. When we say critical theory of technology, the word critical could have two meanings. One is that it is criticizing technology or pointing out disadvantages. The other way of looking at it is that it is an evaluation or an analysis of technology or its impact. And it is the second meaning that we are really going to focus on. So we're not saying technology is bad in this theory. We're actually looking at what impact technology has. So what does this theory say? It says that advances in the formal claims of human rights take center stage, whereas in the background, centralization of powerful public institutions and private organizations imposes an authoritarian social order. So on the one hand, we are clamoring for individual rights. We are trying to say that people should have certain rights and freedoms. But while we are focusing on this, in the background, a completely different process is going on. In the background, these organizations and institutions are imposing a pretty tyrannical social order. So when we say authoritarian social order, it means that it is being imposed top down and there is very little room for dissent. So on the whole, we are talking about the impact of technology, but so far we've not really said how technology is related to imposing this particular social order. So the argument and the topic simply will relate to technology and its impact. In this case, the argument being made is pretty general. All that we are saying is that according to the critical theory of technology, while formal claims of human rights are gaining importance or prominence, we may fail to notice what is going on in the background, which is that certain organizations or institutions are imposing an authoritarian social order. Now let's take a look at paragraph 2. Perhaps this argument will be developed further. Now we're talking about Marx. Now Marx is Karl Marx, whom you might associate with the Communist Manifesto if you're familiar with that term. So Marx attributed this trajectory to the capitalist rationalization of production. Of course, Marx being Marx is going to attribute everything to capitalism. So according to Marx, this path that we talked about in the first paragraph, this imposition of a tyrannical social order, is related to the capitalist rationalization of production. Now, we would need to understand what rationalization of production is. So the system of capitalism tries to manufacture or produce in the most efficient manner. That would probably be rationalization. Today, it marks many institutions besides the factory and every modern political system, including so-called socialist systems. So even though Marx said that this particular path is related to the capitalist system only, now it is all pervasive. It marks many different institutions. So all of these institutions are kind of working together to set up a particular type of social order, which is a top-down approach, which is something that people are not able to resist. This trajectory arose from the problems of command over a disempowered and de-skilled labor force, but everywhere that masses are organized, the same pattern prevails. So what we are saying is that the origin may have lain somewhere else, but even today, wherever people are organized or they exist in organized sort of a setup, this trajectory is ongoing. This path where in the background certain institutions are trying to impose a social order, it is a continuous process. Then we are saying that technological design and development is shaped by this pattern as the material base of a distinctive social order. Now let's understand what's going on. Let's think of it as a grand scheme to organize society in a particular way. Now, it is not one person who's doing it, but certain institutions and organizations are coming together to establish a particular type of society or social order. Technology is one way in which we are trying to do this. That is what this line means. Technological design and development is shaped by this pattern as the material base. So, we would obviously need to have some sort of material tools or ways to implement a particular social order, right? Technology serves as one of those ways. Now we're pointing to another person. Marcuse would later point to a project as the basis of what he called rather confusingly technological rationality. Now when you read this, you should see that this is something similar to what Karl Marx was also saying. Marx was also attributing this downward path to the rationalization of production. Marcuse is also talking about technological rationality. Releasing technology from this project is a democratic political task. So, all of these thinkers believe that technology should not really serve as a tool to impose a particular social order, that it is the task of democracy to free technology from this sinister project. Now, we have to sum up this entire story in a few words. So, how do we do that? The argument in paragraph 2 is that this tendency towards this authoritarian social order, it characterizes many institutions and shapes technological development and design. Now, we move on to the third para. In accordance with this general line of thought, critical theory of technology regards technologies as an environment rather than a collection of tools. So, when we think about technology, we would probably think internet, the mobile phone, the electric light bulb, but these are just tools. According to the critical theory of technology, we need to think of all of these things coming together as a particular environment that shapes us. That is what the next line is saying. We live today with and even within technologies that determine our way of life. Of course, we would know this to be true, right? The kind of technology that has come about in the last decade or even the last 2 decades has of course changed the way that we live. No one is going to debate that. But what is the problem with this change? That is what this critical theory of technology is trying to highlight in a way. Along with the constant pressures to build centers of power, many other social values and meanings are inscribed in technological design. So if you remember, we started off by saying that many powerful organizations are trying to impose some sort of an authoritarian social order. Now, this project is something that also influences technological design. So the kind of technology that comes up is in a way the product of this tendency to impose a particular social order. Now let's think of something that we are all very familiar with and love, the iPhone. I was thinking about how the iPhone could actually impose a particular type of society on us. Could it even be possible? But when I thought about it, it in fact is true. Not just the iPhone, any sort of phone that allows you to remain connected with people 24 hours in a day is probably going to change the way that you live. So let's think about it. Now the phone has allowed us to access information. It has also allowed us to reach out and communicate with people who are very, very far away from us. But in doing so, what it also has done is that it starts setting expectations of how people should behave. So for example, since you have the ability to reach out and connect with people, now you're expected to be connected. So if you choose not to pick up your phone or if you choose not to reply to a message, then all of a sudden it's not the done thing. So in a way, this technology is imposing certain rules on us as to how we should behave or respond. So this is just a small example to illustrate how technology could change the way that we live. Now the word hermeneutics actually has to do with figuring out the meaning of something. So a hermeneutics of technology must make explicit the meanings implicit in the devices we use and the rituals they script. So every device has a certain underlying agenda is kind of what we are saying, and that technology expects us to behave in a particular way. That is what this sentence refers to, that each bit of technology scripts a particular ritual. It makes us do certain things. Social histories of technologies such as the bicycle, artificial lighting or firearms have made important contributions to this type of analysis. So now, if we start looking at the social history of each type of technology, then we might be able to see more clearly how that technology has affected our society or how it has created certain behaviors that we are expected to follow. Critical theory of technology attempts to build a methodological approach on the lessons of these histories. So the argument in this paragraph can be summed up as this. The critical theory of technology regards technologies as an environment instead of tools. Now this environment determines our way of life and attempts to understand the social values and meanings implicit in technological design. So, the critical theory of technology, as we stated earlier, is trying to understand how technology shapes the way that we live. Moving on to paragraph 4, as an environment, technologies shape their inhabitants. This is simply trying to say that since technology is seen as an environment that we live in, it is going to shape us as individuals. In this respect, they are comparable to laws and customs. Each of these institutions can be said to represent those who live under their sway through privileging certain dimensions of their human nature. Now, this line is in fact pretty complex. This technology is being compared to laws and customs. How are they comparable? Both of them assign importance to certain aspects of human nature. And if you believe that those aspects of human nature are in fact important, then you are also privileged by that kind of technology or law or custom. So let's think about it. Laws of property represent the interest in ownership and control. So if I in fact want to own property or land, then the laws of property are going to benefit me. Of course, I may not have anything to do with ownership and control, in which case the laws of property may not necessarily create any privileges. Customs such as parental authority represent the interest of childhood in safety and growth. So again, the notion of parental authority represents a certain aspect of human nature, certain beliefs that are supposedly the right beliefs to have. Similarly, the automobile represents its users insofar as they are interested in mobility. So, for those people who believe in being mobile, the automobile is going to be useful. So, each of these technologies is a representation of a particular aspect of human nature. It could be a particular desire or it could be a particular tendency. Interests such as these constitute the version of human nature sanctioned by society. Now, we have to understand that this kind of technology is allowed to develop only because these dimensions of human nature are allowed or sanctioned by society. For example, if we believe that humans are not to be mobile, then the automobile would never emerge. Or if we believe that parents should not exercise control over their children, then the notion of parental authority would not have flourished. So how do we sum up the argument here? We are trying to say that technologies are in one respect comparable to laws and customs because both of these institutions place importance on certain aspects of human nature which are approved of or sanctioned by society. Now this is the last paragraph. Not a very easy one to read, so let's be careful with it. This notion of representation does not imply an eternal human nature. So we are saying that human nature is not permanent and therefore the representation may not be permanent either. The concept of human nature as non-identity in the Frankfurt School suggests an alternative. So if human nature is not eternal, then how do we understand human nature? Something called the Frankfurt School provides an alternative explanation. On these terms, nature is what lies at the limit of history, at the point at which society loses the capacity to imprint its meanings on things and control them effectively. So when we say nature lies at the limits of history, we need to think of it as a continuum. So let's say that society is able to influence our behavior to a certain extent. But beyond that point, it's not really able to control our nature. It is at or beyond this point that human nature supposedly lies. Before that, whatever exists is nothing but society's imprinting on us or getting us to behave in ways that society wants us to behave. So that's not really human nature. That's not what we are necessarily born with. So this line is a little difficult to understand, but all that we need to get is that society is able to influence us to an extent, but beyond that it's not able to influence us. And it is in this beyond zone that human nature lies. The reference here is, of course, not to the nature of natural science, but to the lived nature in which we find ourselves and which we are. After that, I would preferably want to understand the story overall instead of getting lost in the details. What we are really trying to say is that society is able to influence us up to a point. But what happens after that? After that, the society may have to perhaps theoretically legitimize certain aspects of our human nature. Let's look at the last line. We can perhaps admit a less romantic conception in which those dimensions of human nature recognized by society are also granted theoretical legitimacy. So here we are saying that our nature could have certain less desirable aspects, but society grants them legitimacy. It approves of them, it allows them to continue. Now, the overall argument, without getting lost in the detail and the theory, is simply that according to the Frankfurt School, human nature emerges out of a historical context in which certain less than ideal aspects of human nature are theoretically legitimized. So to some extent, society can mold us, but beyond a point it cannot. And then society also decides that certain aspects of human nature could still be allowed to flourish or continue. Now, having read the passage, we should find ourselves lucky that the questions do not ask for a main idea, because it would be a little difficult to do that for a lot of us. But of course, I'm going to try my best to do the passage recap and sum up the overall idea for this passage. So in the first paragraph, we said that the critical theory of technology says that formal claims of human rights are gaining importance, but at the same time, in the background, there are certain things going on that we may not notice. These things are related to imposing an authoritarian social order, and there are certain organizations that are trying to lead this project. After that, we talked about the tendency towards this social order characterizes many institutions and shapes technological design and development. So, we talked about the fact that this tendency to impose a particular order also influences the kind of technology that comes up. Then we said that the critical theory of technology in fact regards technology as an environment, and since it's an environment, it determines our way of life, and this theory also tries to understand the social values and meanings implicit in technological design. What does a particular type of technology want us to do? How does it want us to behave? How does it specifically change our behavior, for example? Technologies are comparable to laws and customs because both these institutions place importance on certain aspects of human nature which are sanctioned by society. So just like laws and customs, technology also sanctions certain aspects of our behavior. It says that certain behavior is okay and certain behavior is not really desirable. Finally, we talked about the Frankfurt School, which said that nature actually emerges out of a historical context in which certain less than ideal aspects of human nature are legitimized. They are approved of by society. But all in all, we would have to sum up the viewpoint of the critical theory of technology. That would be our main idea. So this theory says that technology as an environment imposes a certain social order by privileging or assigning greater importance to certain aspects of human nature above others. This is one of the easier questions related to this passage. It's a pretty specific one. So what I did was that I looked at each option, I went back to the text when required and decided whether it agrees with the text or whether it does not agree with the text. So the first option says, paradoxically, the capitalist rationalization of production is a mark of so-called socialist systems as well. This is clearly given to us in paragraph 2. So Karl Marx attributed this path or trajectory to the capitalist system, but the same path or trajectory, the trajectory refers to this desire to impose a certain social order, it now marks other systems as well, including the socialist systems. So option 1 does not contradict, it in fact has support from the passage. So we eliminate it, we are looking for something that does not agree with the passage. Option 2 says masses are organized in patterns set by Foucault's prisons and Habermas's public sphere. Now, it does talk about Foucault and Habermas, but go back to the text. Does it say that in general, people are organized by the same patterns? Not necessarily. Let's look. Whether it be Foucault's prisons or Habermas's public sphere, the same pattern prevails. It's not trying to say that people everywhere are organized in patterns set by these two people. All that we're really trying to say is that wherever people are organized, whether in this way or that way, the same pattern prevails or repeats itself. So option 2 is not something we can necessarily derive from the text. And so this could be our answer. We retain it, we move on to option 3. The problems of command over a disempowered and de-skilled labor force gave rise to similar patterns of capitalist rationalization of production wherever masses were organized. This, in fact, is clearly given to us in the same text. This trajectory arose from the problems of command over a disempowered and de-skilled labor force. So, option 3 definitely does not contradict the passage. Option 4 says that Marx's understanding of the capitalist rationalization and Marcuse's understanding of a project share theoretical inclinations. In other words, they have certain similarities in theory. I would say that that in fact is true. Let's take a look. So if you remember, Marx attributed this trajectory to capitalist rationalization. What does Marcuse say? Marcuse would later point to a project as the basis of what he called technological rationality. So both of them are quoting some sort of rationality as a reason for society following a particular path or this project that is trying to impose a specific social order. That is one. Another similarity that I found between the two is that Marx on the whole attributed this path to a system of production, in other words, a particular materialistic system. And Marcuse is saying the same thing. Technological design and development is shaped by this pattern as the material base of a distinctive social order. So both of them are talking about some material base as the determinant of a particular type of social order. So for both of these reasons, I thought that option 4 is in fact true. Not just because both of them use the word rational. It's not that simple, although that could be a starting point. So option 4 does not contradict the passage. We eliminate it and we select 2 as our answer. All of the following claims can be inferred from the passage except. So let's take a look at each option and decide which one cannot be inferred. Option 1, analysis of technologies must engage with their social histories to be able to reveal their implicit and explicit meanings for us. So there is a part of the text that talks about the social history of technology, paragraph 3 specifically. Let's see. Social histories of the technologies such as the bicycle, artificial lighting, or firearms have made important contributions to this type of analysis. So yes, analysis of technology is definitely aided by looking at the social history of that technology. So option 1 can be inferred, which is why it's not our answer. We're looking for an exception, something that cannot be inferred. The critical theory of technology argues that as issues of human rights become more prominent, we lose sight of the ways in which social order becomes more authoritarian. This is clearly given to us in the very first paragraph, right here. Formal claims of human rights take center stage, while in the background, these organizations and institutions are imposing an authoritarian social order. So option 2 definitely can be inferred. That's not our answer. Option 3 says, the significance of parental authority to children's safety does not therefore imply that parental authority is a permanent aspect of human nature. This has been given to us in the passage, although we need to look at paragraph 4 and 5. Paragraph 4 clearly says that these customs represent the interest of childhood in safety and growth. But right after that, paragraph 5 says that this notion of representation does not imply an eternal human nature. So, whatever is represented is definitely not an eternal representation of human nature, which is why option 3 will have to be eliminated. Option 4 says, technologies seek to privilege certain dimensions of human nature at a high cost to lived nature. We need to understand this option first. Are we saying that technologies assign importance to certain aspects while somehow taking away or maybe disadvantaging lived nature? That's not really stated in the passage. If you look at paragraph 5, it says very clearly that lived nature reveals itself as that which cannot be totally encompassed by the machinery of society. So lived nature is not really something that society can control. Therefore, when option 4 says that technologies can create a cost to lived nature, that's not necessarily true. It does not necessarily create any disadvantages for it. So option 4 cannot be inferred from the text, and that is why that should be our answer. Now, I felt this was again a simpler question as compared to some of the others. Which of the following best reflects the main argument of the fourth paragraph? So obviously, we should take a look at the fourth paragraph, and after we have skimmed through it, we should come up with our own shadow answer. So how would I sum up paragraph 4? I would probably say something like this, that technology as an environment is comparable to laws and customs. How so? Because both these institutions assign importance to certain dimensions of human nature. Keeping this in mind, I am now going to take a look at the options. So, technological environments privilege certain dimensions of human nature as effectively as laws and customs. Now, this comparison is not valid. We are not saying that technology privileges certain dimensions as effectively as laws and customs. Laws and customs are similar to technology in one respect. What respect? Because they are both institutions, but that's about it. It does not really say anything about the effectiveness of the two. So, option 1 should be eliminated. Option 2 says, automobiles represent the interest in mobility. Now, this has been mentioned in paragraph 4, but this is definitely an example, so it cannot be the main argument. We know what the main argument is. It is the point that the author is trying to make. So, we eliminate option 2, though true, it is just an example. Option 3 says, technology, laws and customs are not unlike each other if considered as institutions. This in fact is true. The reason that they are comparable is that they are both institutions that assign importance to certain aspects of human nature. So, I would retain option 3. Option 4 says, technology, laws and customs are comparable but dissimilar phenomena. Now, the text over here does not really say that they are comparable but they are different. While we might be able to say that yes, but aren't they different? That is not given to us in the text. So, if it is not there, we should not reason beyond the scope of the passage, and so we eliminate option 4 because this similarity has not really been highlighted. So, our answer definitely is option 3. I thought it was a simple question, should have probably been gotten right. This question seems like it's a bit scary, but actually it's not. It's the same as any others. You look at the option, you compare that option to the text and decide whether it is in fact mentioned in the passage or whether it's not. So, let's take a look at the first option. Technologies form the environmental context and shape the contours of human society. Now, let's be careful. The same words may not be used in the passage, so to some extent we would have to infer or paraphrase. Is option 1 given? Yes, it is. In paragraph 3, it clearly says that technologies are to be seen as an environment, and because they are an environment, they determine our way of life. So yes, they do shape the contours of human society. And not only this, it also says at the very beginning that in the background, certain organizations are trying to impose a particular type of social order, and this project of imposing social order also extends to technology. So, on the whole, technology does influence society. So, option 1 could be one of the supporting arguments. Let's keep it, let's move on. It is not human nature but human culture that is represented by institutions such as law and custom. Now, that paragraph about law and custom does not really talk about human culture. It clearly says that technology, just like laws and customs, privilege certain dimensions of their human nature. So, I would say that option 2 is not really given to us as a supporting argument. But even if we disregard whether option 2 is true or false, is it really a supporting argument? Are we trying to differentiate between human culture and human nature? Not really. So, either way, option 2 should not be our answer. Option 3 says the romantic conception of nature referred to by the passage is one that requires theoretical legitimacy. This is clearly contradicted by the passage. If you look at paragraph 5, it says that it is the less romantic conception that is granted theoretical legitimacy. So, option 3 can definitely not be a supporting argument. It does not really have support in the passage. Option 4 says, nature decides the point at which society loses its capacity to control history. This is an option that I did worry about a bit. But let's look at the text. It says nature is what lies at the limit of history. But does this mean that nature decides the point at which society loses its capacity to control? Not necessarily. I think that the meaning intended here in the text is very different from the meaning that is presented in option 4. And so, I decided that option 4 should probably not be the answer. We are pretty sure about option 1, and now we can confirm that option 1, since it is pretty clearly stated in the passage, is definitely one of the supporting arguments. Now this passage looks difficult because it is slightly philosophical. It talks about something called stoicism. But actually when I was reading the questions, I thought that it's a pretty simple passage to answer. Yes, of course, there are 1 or 2 tricky options here and there, but then they're there in all the passages. So what we're going to do is that instead of looking at every line, we're going to try and zoom in into the important points in each paragraph. Now, the first paragraph clearly announces the topic. The topic is Stoicism. It explains when it originated, and after that, it takes an example to illustrate the basic tenets of Stoicism. So it takes the example of Marcus Aurelius, and it says that according to Stoics, emotions consist of 2 movements. In other words, there are 2 parts to an emotion. In the example, it says that let's imagine Marcus Aurelius was accused in front of all the officers. What would be his first reaction? The first movement for Marcus may have been internal surprise and anger in response to this insult. But after that, he has a choice. He may think about what is important, what is not important, and then decide how to react. This is an example of the second movement. Now, in the case of Marcus, examples of second movements might have included a plot to seek revenge, actions signifying deference and appeasement, as he would have proceeded whether or not this event occurred, continuing to lead the Romans in a way that he deemed right. So what we're talking about here is that emotions, according to the Stoics, have 2 parts. Now, which part is more important? That is clearly given to us in the last line. According to the Stoics, choosing a reasoned, unemotional response as the second movement is the only appropriate response. This is the key point in this paragraph. So, let's sum up the argument by saying that Stoics believe that emotions consist of 2 movements. The first is immediate. Usually, it is not something that we can control, but the second occurs after some thought and therefore should always be a reasoned, unemotional response. Now, let's move on to the second paragraph. The Stoics believe that to live a good life and be a good person, we need to free ourselves of nearly all desires. I think this is something that we have read and heard about too many times. So it's not only the Stoics, there are also other religions and philosophies that talk about freeing yourself of desire. But in this particular paragraph, we are trying to draw a similarity between the Stoics and another group of philosophers called the Epicureans. So according to the Stoics, we need to try and be good people. And in order to be good people, we need to focus on what is important in life. So according to the Stoics, money, power, and excessive sexual gratification are not important. What is important is character, rationality, and kindness. So these are the things we need to focus on. Similarly, the Epicureans also said that, in life we need to focus on simple pleasures, but we should not indulge ourselves. We should not be excessively crazy about anything, which is of course very different from what we believe. Today we believe that we need to be passionate and devoted to certain things, and that's a good thing. But according to the Epicureans, they said that people should enjoy simple pleasures such as good conversation, friendship, food and wine, but not be indulgent in these pursuits and not follow passion for those things that hold no real value. So again, the similarity that I see between the Stoics and the Epicureans is that both of them, as given in the last line, saw emotions, especially strong emotions, as potentially dangerous. So both of them advocated keeping emotions in check. They saw emotions as experiences, and therefore they thought that our experiences should also be controlled. So let's sum up the argument here. Instead of going into a lot of detail about what the Stoics believed and what the Epicureans believed, this is simply trying to highlight the similarity, that the Epicureans, like the Stoics, believe that we should control our emotions and also act in pursuit of things that are really important. Now the last paragraph, and this is one of the reasons I like this passage because it has only 3 paragraphs. Here again we are trying to draw a similarity between Stoicism and Buddhism. Now here it says that Buddha, living in India in the 6th century, argued that cultivating a certain attitude decreases the probability of destructive second movements. So if we read further, what does Buddhism say? That when certain things happen, the first thing that might take place is that you experience emotion. But through meditation and the right attitude, you can distance yourself from these emotions. You can observe those emotions within yourself, but then you can decide what is important and what is not important, and after that choose to act on those emotions, which is actually very similar to the Stoic view introduced in the first paragraph about the first movement and the second movement. Now, here again, there is focus on controlling emotions. And if we look at the last sentence here, or rather the last two sentences, it says that the Stoic idea of developing virtue in oneself, becoming a good person, this set the foundation for three monotheistic religions, Judaism, Christianity and Islam. So in totality, what is this paragraph saying? It's simply trying to say that the Stoic idea of controlling our emotions is pretty similar to what Buddhism also says, and that this particular idea, along with some others, laid the foundation for three religions, specifically Judaism, Christianity and Islam. That's about it. We're done with the passage. It's a pretty quick read if you don't get caught up in the details. Nevertheless, let's do a passage recap. So in the very first paragraph, we said that the Stoics believed that our emotions have two components, something called the first movement and then the second movement. The second movement occurs after some thought and therefore should be a logical and unemotional response. Then we introduced the idea that the Epicureans were similar to the Stoics. They also believed that we should control our emotions and we should seek things or value things that are truly important in life. And in the last paragraph, we compared Stoicism to Buddhism, and we said that these are also similar because even in Buddhism, the focus is on controlling our emotions, or at least observing them from a distance and then deciding to act. And then we said that in fact the Stoic idea laid the foundation for some other religions. So in all, if we have to figure out what the main idea is, to me the main idea seems to be the similarity between Stoicism and certain other philosophies and of course certain other religions. So how do we put it? The Stoic idea of controlling our emotions and acting virtuously, which means acting in a manner that is deemed good and desirable, this resonates with some other philosophies such as Epicureanism and Buddhism, which is also a philosophy, and this laid the foundation for some other religions. Now, let's take a look at the questions. The first question seems tricky, but we have solved a lot of these questions in our SimCats. And if you recall, whenever there is a condition called if false, we are supposed to simplify it for ourselves. So the question says, which of the following statements, if false, will contradict the arguments in the passage? How do we simplify it? Instead of keeping this double negative, why not convert it to an affirmative or a positive statement? So, if false, the option will contradict the passage. So, if true, it should support the arguments in the passage. So, it's a pretty simple question. We need to pick an option that will agree with the arguments in the passage. That's about it. Let's take a look at our first option now. In the Epicurean view, indulging in simple pleasures is not desirable. Now, remember, we are looking for an option that agrees with the argument in the passage. I was actually slightly tricked by this question, and I had to stare at it for quite a few minutes, even consult some other people after the exam, of course, not during the exam, to figure out what exactly is wrong with option 1. Is there anything wrong? Because to me it seemed like it's the right answer. Now, let's compare it to the text. I, in my overconfidence, did not do that, but you should always do that. The Epicureans, first associated with the Greek philosopher Epicurus, held a similar view. What was that view? People should enjoy simple pleasures but not be indulgent in these pursuits. So, the option is trying to say, in the Epicurean view, indulging is not desirable, focus being on the word indulging. A lot of us tend to miss out on that and focus on the simple pleasures. They support simple pleasures, but they do not support any sort of indulgence. And that is why option 1, in fact, agrees with the passage. We need something that agrees with the passage, so we should keep option 1. Option 2 says the Greek philosopher Zeno survived into the Roman era until about AD 300. Again, if you don't go back to the text, you might say that, oh, this is also in accordance with the passage, but actually it's not. Paragraph 1 says that it is Stoicism that survived into the Roman era. So you have to really read this carefully. Stoicism was founded in 300 BC by the Greek philosopher Zeno and survived. It is not necessarily Zeno who survived. It is Stoicism who survived. Also, it's a little unlikely that Zeno was born in 300 BC and survived till 300 AD. I mean, of course, anything is possible in this world, but this is a little far-fetched. So by that logic, and of course the passage does not confirm that Zeno lived till AD 300, we should eliminate option 2. It's not in accordance with the facts presented in the passage. Option 3 says, in the Stoic view, choosing a reasoned, unemotional response as the first movement is an appropriate response. If you remember, we read in the first paragraph that according to the Stoic view, it is the second movement that we can control, not the first one, which is pretty immediate. So, option 3 is inaccurate. Now, option 4 says, despite practicing meditation and cultivating the right attitude, emotions cannot ever be controlled. If we say that this is in fact in accordance with the passage, then the entire Stoic philosophy falls apart, because the Stoics, the Epicureans, the Buddhists, pretty much everyone says that we need to control our emotions. So, let's compare the text to the passage over here. In paragraph 3, it says that through meditation and the right attitude, one allows emotions to happen to oneself, but one is advised to observe the emotions without necessarily acting on them. So here we are actually talking about the second movement, in which you can control your emotional response or the course of action that you're going to take. So option 4 is not quite in accordance with the thoughts in the passage. Stoics, Epicureans, Buddhists, all of them focused on emotional control because this is how we would learn to be good people. So option 4 cannot possibly be true according to the passage. So we eliminate it. Option 1 becomes our answer. Now let's take a look at this one. It's a pretty specific question. Even though it says that it's an inference question, it's really not difficult. So which one of the following statements would be an accurate inference from the example of Marcus Aurelius? Of course, we have to look at the first paragraph. And since it's an inference question, we cannot really have a shadow answer. We simply need to look at each option and then compare it to the text. So let's have the text right here before us. Option 1 says, Marcus Aurelius plotted revenge in his quest for justice. Now let's understand this story in the first paragraph. The first paragraph takes the example of what would happen if an army general accused Marcus Aurelius of treason in front of other officers. It's a hypothetical example. It may or may not actually have happened. So let's understand that before we move further. The first movement, the first immediate emotional response would be surprise and anger. After that, when he thinks about what is happening, this is the start of the second movement or the second component of the emotional response. Here, Marcus Aurelius has multiple options. Plot to seek revenge, actions signifying deference, perhaps proceeding as he would have proceeded whether or not this event has occurred, so he could just ignore the event. Now, we don't really know what Marcus Aurelius actually did. Since it's a hypothetical example and he has so many options, option 1 is not something that we can infer. Please remember, whenever you're inferring something, it cannot be speculation. It is not something that is kind of true, perhaps it is true. It is something that is highly likely to be true. So option 1, since we cannot really say that it is definitely going to be our answer, we should eliminate it. Option 2 says that Marcus Aurelius was humiliated by the accusation of treason in front of the other officers. Could be. But again, the first movement for Marcus may have been surprise and anger. Did it actually happen? We don't know because it is a hypothetical example. So option 2 is also not an inference because this is speculation. Could have happened, may not have happened. We can't really know what his emotional response was. So we eliminate option 2. Option 3, Marcus Aurelius was one of the leaders of the Roman army. How do we get this? Is it stated somewhere? Now, it does say that an army general is accusing him of treason in front of other officers. So perhaps he is a part of the army, but that's not the part we're supposed to look at. We're supposed to actually look at this bit about the second movement, where it says that he might have proceeded whether or not this event occurred, continuing to lead the Romans in a way that Marcus Aurelius believed best benefited them. So, in this example, Marcus Aurelius is supposedly the leader of the Roman army, or at least one of the leaders of the Roman army. How do I infer this? From two aspects. Army general is accusing him in front of other officers, so it seems like he might have been an officer, and this bit about leading the Romans. So option 3 has some support. So we should retain it. Option 4 says, Marcus Aurelius was a Stoic whose philosophy survived into the Roman era. I don't really know if he was a Stoic or not. There's nothing in the passage that tells us so. He could have decided to be Stoic. He may have actually not decided to be Stoic. That is not given to us over here. The second movement could have taken any course. So option 4 should be eliminated. Our answer will have to be option 3. Here we have another specific question. So this passage actually does not have a main idea question, which may be good or bad for you. This question simply is asking us, in the context of the passage, which one of the following is not a possible implication of the quoted statement? It's pretty simple. We take a look at the quote and then we decide what is it implying. What can be inferred from it is another way of looking at it. So very similar to the last question that we had. Now let's take a look at option 1. Meditation and the right attitude in this instance implies an initially passive reception of all experiences. Does it talk about passive reception? Kind of. If we look at the first and the second line here, through meditation and the right attitude, one allows emotions to happen to oneself. When you allow something to happen to yourself, clearly you are passive. So option 1 is implied in the text, which is why it cannot be our answer. We need to pick something that is not a possible implication. So we need an exception. Let's eliminate 1. Option 2 says emotional responses can make it difficult to distinguish valuable experiences from valueless experiences. Again, reading this text and this text only, it says one is advised to observe the emotions without necessarily acting on them. One achieves some distance, decides what has value and what does not have value. So it is only when you distance yourself from the emotion, in other words, when you're not actively feeling that emotion, that you can differentiate between what is important and what is not important. So option 2 is also implicit in the text, so it cannot be our answer. Option 3 says meditation allows certain out-of-body experiences. I would actually stop right there and say it doesn't talk about all out-of-body experiences. In case you're wondering what it is, an out-of-body experience is one where you see yourself dead, your physical self is dead, and your spirit is hovering somewhere else. So your spirit is not really a part of your body. But the passage does not really talk about that. Distancing yourself from the emotion is not an out-of-body experience. So option 3 could be our answer. It is not implied. Option 4 says the observation of emotions in a distant manner corresponds to the second movement referred to earlier in the passage. In paragraph 1, it says the second movement is what one does next about the emotion. Very similar to what is being talked about here. So, in the first stage, we allow emotions to happen to us. After that, we observe them and not necessarily act on them. So, instead of immediately reacting or giving into an emotional response, we passively observe the emotion, distance ourselves, which is equal to being rational, and after that, deciding how we want to react based on what is important and what is not important. So in a way, this is similar to the second movement that is described in the first paragraph. So I would say that option 4 is also implicit. So we eliminate it. Option 3 will have to be our answer. Out-of-body experiences have not been mentioned. So I think it's a pretty simple question. Passage may have seemed a little scary, but the questions, again, I think 3 out of 4 is reasonable. Here we have another pretty simple question. On the basis of the passage, which one of the following statements can be regarded as true? So we take each option, compare it to the text, and we'll figure out the answer. The Stoic influences can be seen in multiple religions. This is explicitly given to us in the last paragraph. It says that it is similar to Buddhism and it also laid the foundation for 3 monotheistic religions. So clearly, option 1 is true. Option 2 says there were no Stoics in India at the time of the Roman civilization. Now we don't really know, there's no information in the passage to tell us that. So if we don't have that information, we should not add in our own knowledge, and therefore option 2 cannot be regarded as true based on the passage. Now option 3 says the Epicureans believed in controlling all emotions. If we look at the text, it clearly says that the Epicureans believed that we should not indulge ourselves. But they had no problem with enjoying good conversation, friendship, food and wine. So according to them, we don't need complete emotional control. We just need to control strong emotions or passions. That's about it. So option 3 cannot be our answer. Option 4 says the Stoics valorize the pursuit of money, power and sexual gratification. This is directly contradicted by the text right here. Money, power and excessive sexual gratification are not important, the very last line. So, option 4 can be eliminated. Pretty simple question. Our answer is option 1. So, on the whole, I felt it was a scoring passage as long as you were not biased against philosophy or stoicism. Here we have a parajumble question, and we're going to solve this question exactly the way that we solved parajumbles in our SimCats, using the sort-link sequence strategy. So, let's get started. The first sentence here is possibly the starter. I can't be sure because the sort-link sequence strategy requires us to read one sentence and decide whether it is a starter or a follower before we move on to the next one. So, when we take a look at this, we say that it seems to talk about the creative element in product design, and it seems to have become very, very important because this is one way that a company can sustain a competitive advantage. Now, to me, this looks like a possible starter, so we say that it may be the starter. The second one says, in fact, the creative element in the value of the world industry would be larger still. When a sentence starts with in fact, I know that it is probably emphasizing a point that has already been made. So, this sentence will have to be a follower. The third point states that the creative industry is receiving a lot of attention today as its growth rate is faster than that of the world economy as a whole. Now, when I compare 1 and 3, to me 3 looks like a better starter because it is introducing the idea that the creative industry is receiving a lot of attention. So now I am going to make a choice. I am going to say that 3 is most likely the starter. Of course, we haven't read the fourth statement yet, so we might change our minds later. The other thing that we might want to look at is how 3 might be related to 2. 2 extends the point that is made in 3. Both of them talk about the value of the creative industry in the world economy. So we have found our first link. We already know that 2 is a follower, 3 is likely to be a starter, so my link is going to be 3, 2. After that, 4 says it is for this reason. Now, the moment it says it is for this reason, I know that it is a follower. But where is the reason stated? Once we figure that out, the reason might be 1. The creative element in product design has become very, very important, and it says it is one of the few ways a firm or industry can sustain a competitive advantage over its rivals. Now, because of this reason stated in 1, today's trade issues are increasingly involving intellectual property. So, I found my second link, which is 1, 4. So, this is a pretty easy question. There is not much work that we need to do here. We just take a look at all the statements one more time and confirm that our sequence in fact is 3, 2, 1, 4. We just read them in this order to make sure that it makes sense. That's about it. Let's move on to the next one. Now, here we have a summary question or the essence of the text. What we normally do for such questions is that instead of reading the paragraph and going straight to the options, we do some bit of analysis on our own. We try to identify the main points in the question or the passage before we look at the options. So, let's try doing that now. So, the first point it says is that whatever we think we know about how life hangs together is really some kind of illusion. So, in other words, we are saying that our beliefs about what makes up life is false. It's an illusion. It's not accurate. And then it says that the reason this happens is that our vision is limited. And after that, it goes into an explanation of why our vision is limited. What appear to be inanimate objects, such as stones, turn out not only to be alive in the same way that we are, but also in many infinitesimal ways be affected by stimuli just as humans are. So, at some level, a stone is just as alive as a human. Now, of course, we're not equating the two, but we are saying that, in some ways, it's a little difficult to differentiate between animate and inanimate objects. After that, it goes further stretching this point. The distinction between animate and inanimate simply cannot be made when you enter the world of quantum mechanics and try to determine how these apparent subatomic particles are all tied together. Now, on the whole, what are we saying? The reason that it is difficult to differentiate between animate and inanimate is because the world is composed of the same particles. So, how do we know which of these are living and which of these are non-living? So the second point about quantum mechanics is pretty important, that at that level it is difficult, or rather it's saying that you simply cannot distinguish between animate and inanimate. Now the third point here is the last line. The point is that. So when the author says the point is that, obviously this is something that the author wants us to know. So we've captured that as our last point. Now, whenever you have captured 2 or 3 main points, it's always a good idea to take a look at them all together and think, so overall what is the author trying to say? Overall, to me the author is trying to say that our understanding of what makes up life is not correct, because at the level of quantum mechanics, the distinction between animate and inanimate is very difficult to make. Having this in mind, I'm going to take a look at my options. Now, of course, when you're evaluating your options, please do take a look at the main points that you have already identified. Don't steer away from them. Don't change your mind just because the option does not seem to match the points exactly. That's really not going to happen. Let's take a look at our first option. Quantum physics indicates that an astigmatic view of reality results in erroneous assumptions about the universe. Now, to me, this is a pretty good option. Of course, to understand this option, we need to know what astigmatism is. So it is one sort of visual defect which makes your vision blurry. So I'm not going to go into too much detail there. So if I simplify it, all that we are really saying is that quantum physics indicates that a blurred view of reality or an inaccurate view of reality results in erroneous assumption about the universe. So to me, this option looked pretty good. I would probably say we keep it. Now let's look at option 2. The inanimate world is both sentient and cognizant like its animate counterpart. When we say sentient, it means that it is able to think and feel. But that's not really what the author has said. The author is trying to say that at the level of subatomic particles, the difference between animate and inanimate is difficult to make. But that does not mean that a stone is alive in exactly the same way that an animal is. So option 2, I think, stretches the point a little bit too much, and so we should eliminate it. Option 3 says that the effect of stimuli is similar in inanimate objects when compared to animate objects or living beings. This point has been made in the passage, but it's just a supporting point. What we are really trying to say is that our view of the universe does not seem to be accurate when we consider quantum mechanics. So option 3 does not really bring in point Y. The second point is pretty important, and therefore option 3 cannot be our answer. Now option 4 again looks pretty good. Arbitrary distinctions between inanimate and animate objects disappear at the scale at which quantum mechanics work. Now this definitely covers point Y. It doesn't exactly say that our view of the universe is incorrect, but then we rarely get a perfect option. So now my choice lies between option 1 and option 4. Now what I realized is that option 1 does not really talk about subatomic particles or the difference between animate and inanimate. It generalizes everything. It simply talks about an erroneous assumption or assumptions about the universe. So option 1 in fact is pretty easy to eliminate. It's just that I did not realize this earlier, and so I kept it till the end. So now we eliminate option 1, we select option 4 as our answer. So summary questions sometimes are tricky because you may not really get options that collect all the main points that you have identified, but that's okay. As long as it captures the essence of the text, it can still be your answer. So option 4 does that. Let's move on. Now here we have another summary question. So we're going to use exactly the same strategy as the previous one. We're going to identify our main points and then compare each option to our main points in order to figure out which is the best summary. So the first part of this passage talks about how modern historians have actually reversed the power dynamics between Ethiopia and Europe. Now it does say that they're not ignorant, they just reversed it. Now we don't know whether they deliberately did this or whether they were misled by the evidence that they found. So the first point that I'm going to simply make is that modern historians reverse the power dynamic between Ethiopia and Europe by saying that Ethiopia was weak and actually sought military assistance from Europe. After that, it says that the real story, buried in plain sight in medieval diplomatic texts, simply had not been put together by modern scholars. In other words, they had not seen or realized the real story, and yet all the evidence was there. So this is the second point that we're going to capture. the point about the real story buried in plain sight in the medieval texts. After that, it talks about what the recent research has shown. So, recent research has shown that at the beginning of the so-called age of exploration, the world was actually a lot more richly knit. And that's what the last part of the passage is about, that they had pretty close ties. It was not that one partner was weak and sought military assistance from the other. The kings of Ethiopia, in fact, were able to sponsor or fund their own missions of diplomacy, faith and commerce. So, it was a pretty close-knit or interactive sort of a world. Now, having identified these main points, let's take a look at our options. Option 1 says that medieval texts have documented how strong connections between Christian communities of Ethiopia and Europe were invaluable in establishing military and trade links between the two civilizations. I think it's a pretty easy option to eliminate because it doesn't refer to our point X about how modern historians reverse the relationship, how the real story was actually buried in plain sight and so on. So, option 1 misses the point entirely. Now, option 2 actually seems like a pretty good option. It says historians were under the illusion that Ethiopia needed protection from their neighbors, but in fact, they had close commercial and religious connections with them. Now, even though it's a good option, it does not quite capture the essence of point X. Point X is trying to tell us that the historians have reversed the actual relationship. It also does not really refer to point Y, where it says that the real story was buried in the medieval texts. It was there, but the historians did not see it. So, option 2 does not talk about the role of the historians in reversing the power dynamic. So, we eliminate option 2. Option 3 says medieval texts have been cherry-picked. Now, of course, you need to understand what cherry picking is. Cherry picking is when you choose whatever you like. So, when the historians were going through the medieval texts, they chose to portray the relationship between Ethiopia and Europe in a particular way. Therefore, they relied on evidence that they had picked up. That is what the meaning of cherry picking is here. So, perhaps that could have been the case. Let's move on. So, medieval texts have been cherry-picked to promote a view of Ethiopia as weak and in need of Europe's military help. So, this is point X so far. But recent studies reveal that it was a well-connected and outward-looking culture. Now, this clearly refers to point Z. Now, here, it does not directly refer to the historians, but when we say cherry-picking, clearly it is someone who is picking the evidence to their liking. So, option 3 is pretty decent, we should retain it. Option 4 says medieval historical sources selectively promoted the narrative. Now, when I read this, already I know that this is not the right option because it is not the historical sources that are selectively promoting a story. It was the historians who interpreted the evidence in a particular way. So, the historians promoted a particular story, not the evidence itself. And so, option 4 should be eliminated. Our answer will have to be option 3. Overall, I thought this is a question that is a little tricky. You have to take the time to read and understand, and the options are pretty lengthy. So, if you missed out on a detail, it's very easy to fall for the wrong answer here. So, now let's take a look at the brand new question that was introduced in CAT this year. This is basically a fill in the blank if you really think about it, but of course, we should look at the instructions. There is a sentence that is missing in the paragraph below. Look at the paragraph and decide in which blank option 1, 2, 3 or 4 the following sentence would best fit. Now, the sentence that we have to fit is this one. Easing the anxiety and pressure of having a big day is part of the appeal. Obviously, you could take a look at this entire question as a parajumble because we need to figure out how this sentence connects with the sentence before it and after it. So, let's get started. We're starting off by saying that wedding season is upon us, and after 2 years of COVID chaos that saw nuptials scaled back, you may think the temptation would be to go all out. So, you would expect people to have or want big weddings. But instead of expanding the guest list, many couples are opting to have entirely secret ceremonies. So, when I read the first sentence and the sentence right after that is given to me, they connect beautifully. When I say, but instead of expanding the guest list, I am presenting a thought that is contradictory to the thought presented in the first sentence. So, this gives me a clue that perhaps blank 1 should remain empty. There is really nothing required in between. So, we cross out the first blank. let's take a look at the second one. After that, we are saying that with COVID case numbers remaining high and the cost of living crisis meaning that many couples are feeling the pinch, it's no wonder that some are less than eager to send out invites. So here we're talking about some of the difficulties that couples are facing, and as a result, they really don't want a big wedding. This is where our sentence should fit in, because the sentence also talks about easing the anxiety and pressure. Why would it be causing anxiety and pressure? Well, it kind of connects to the point that is being made over here, that many couples are feeling the pinch. So right after it, it makes sense to put in this sentence right here. So we keep blank 2 open. Let's take a look at blank 3. Now here we are saying, plus it can't hurt that in celebrity circles getting married in secret is all the rage. So when we say plus, I'm offering another reason why people might want to get married in secret. So I have given one reason here in blank 2, which could be the sentence that is given to us. Then I am quoting another reason. And after that, should I put in something else here? Let's think about it. When we say it can't hurt that in celebrity circles getting married in secret is all the rage, and after that this quote is repeating exactly the same idea. But the thing is that here we are talking about another positive reason why people might want to have secret weddings. Because in celebrity circles also it is very popular. So there is really no scope for us to mention anxiety and pressure over here, which is why option 3 is not really where we are going to put in the sentence. So we cross out option 3. Now let's take a look at the last one. People are looking for ways to get out of the spotlight and avoid the pomp and circumstance of weddings. They just want to get to the part where they are married. Now I thought option 4 could be our answer as well, because here also we're trying to say that people want to avoid the spotlight, they want to avoid the circumstance of weddings. After this, I can see myself saying easing the anxiety and pressure of having a big day is part of the appeal of a small wedding. Now, my choice lies between option 2 and 4. Again, the clincher here was the fact that just before 2, there are certain reasons that have been mentioned that might make couples anxious or feel the pressure. So, that to me decided that option 4 is not the answer and it would have to be option 2. So, you do need to put in a little bit of thought. It's not very simple, but if your language skills are good and you're good at reading the thought flow, then I think it's not a very difficult question to answer. So, as decided, option 2 is our answer. Now here we have a parajumble and we're going to solve this the same way that we solve questions of this type in our SimCats. So, let's read the first sentence. Now when I read this, it obviously talks about the advantages of fish skin collagen. It has excellent thermostability and tensile strength and so on. But the thing is that we've not really introduced a topic here. It seems to be going straight to the advantages. So to me, this is most likely a follower. Before this, we might have to talk about fish skin, or we might have to talk about collagen, or we might have to talk about why this is needed at all. So let's move on. Option 2 says collagen, one of the main structural proteins in connective tissues, is well known for promoting skin regeneration. Now, this looks like a very good starter because it explains to us why collagen is important. So we say maybe the starter, and let's move on. Fish skin swims in here. Now the moment it says fish skin swims in here, we would need to have something before this. Why is fish skin going to swim in here? So we say that this is a follower and we look for the sentence that precedes it. Option 4 says the risk of introducing disease agents into other species through the use of pig and cow collagen proteins has inhibited its broader applications. Now we know why fish skins are needed. So option 4 says that other kinds of collagen are probably more susceptible to disease, and therefore we should probably use fish skin. Option 4 is actually the key to solving this entire question. One of the things that we need to be able to see is the link between statement 2 and 4. 2 talks about collagen in general. The fourth one talks about different types of collagen and the risk that each one carries. So 2 and 4 are definitely going to be my first link. But other than that, after 4, I clearly know that we need to talk about fish skins. So 4 and 3 are definitely connected. So I have my second link, 2, 4 and 4, 3. Now we have only one statement to place, so we don't have too much work to do really. We already know that 2, 4 and 3 should be in that order. Now 1 clearly talks about fish skin collagen. This has to follow other statements that talk about the benefits of fish skin. So 1 should be placed at the end after 3. It's an easy question. The answer is 2, 4, 3, 1. Now here we have another para-completion question of the new variety. There is a sentence that is given to us and we need to figure out where this sentence will fit best. So the sentence says that having made citizens more and less knowledgeable than their predecessors, the internet has proved to be both a blessing and a curse. So here we are talking about the advantages and the disadvantages of the internet. Now before we do this, we would probably already have talked about the advantages and the disadvantages so that we could probably conclude by putting in the statement. Another possibility is that this statement could actually be the starting point. But the paragraph does not allow us to start with this statement. So let's take a look at each blank that is given to us. The first sentence here talks about the fact that there is now a lot of information available to us through YouTube, Google and Facebook. Right after that, this sentence here says, yet it is not clear that people today are more knowledgeable. Again, to me, the first and the second sentence that are given to us are directly connected. This sentence contradicts the point that is given to us in the first one. We have a lot of information, yet it is not clear that people today are more knowledgeable than their barely literate predecessors. So, this is where we are introducing the fact that the internet is not necessarily a good force. So we definitely cannot put in this sentence into blank 1. The sentence has established that internet is both a blessing and a curse. So option 1 is not our answer. Now before we look at option 2, we already need to have understood what is said before it and we need to understand what is said after it. So before it, it says, contemporary advances in technology offered more serious and inquisitive students access to realms of knowledge previously unimaginable and unavailable. To me, this is a positive point. Now let's look at the sentence after it. But such readily available knowledge leads many more students away from serious study. Again, in my eyes, these two statements are directly connected. The statement here talks about something good. The statement here starting with but such readily available knowledge contradicts that idea and highlights the negative aspect of the internet. So blank 2 should remain blank. We don't need to put anything there. Now let's take a look at the third blank. We have already said that such readily available knowledge leads students away from serious study. After that, it says it has let people choose sources that reinforce their opinions rather than encouraging them to question inherited beliefs. Now, when I look at blank 3, the sentence before it and after it, both talk about negative aspects of the internet. Here, there is no mention of anything positive. So, the sentence given to us will not fit here either because this sentence talks about the internet being both a blessing and a curse. So, option 3 is also not our answer. So, as we had thought about at the very beginning, this sentence is the conclusion to this entire paragraph and it makes a very apt conclusion because the entire paragraph talks about the good and bad aspects of the internet. So our answer would have to be option 4. Now here we have a summary question. We're going to read this paragraph, we're going to try and identify the main points and then we're going to evaluate our options. So the first sentence talks about petitioning. It doesn't matter if you don't understand what petitioning is. What it seems to say is that petitioning is a democratic tradition used frequently in prior centuries. So it's trying to establish that petitioning is a democratic process. So I've established my first point. After that, it says that as expressions of collective voice, they support procedural democracy by shaping agendas. So this also seems to talk about petitioning and it tries to say something good about it. That petitioning is a form of expressing collective voice. It shapes agendas, it accomplishes a lot of things. You can recruit citizens to causes, give voice to the voteless, apply the discipline of rhetorical argument and so on. So the first half of this passage talks about all the things that petitioning can accomplish. After that, what happens? By contrast, elections are limited in several respects. They involve only a few candidates and thus fall far short of a representative democracy. So this becomes our third point, that elections, in contrast, are pretty limited. They also happen from time to time only, so they are episodic and they do not really get the job done. What is the job to be done? The voice of the people needs to be heard and integrated constantly into democratic government. So, we've talked about petitioning and how it does a lot of work. Then we said that in contrast, elections are limited, they are episodic, and they don't really allow people's voice to be constantly integrated into the government. Having identified these points, let's take a look at our options. Now, the first option here says, by giving citizens greater control over shaping political and democratic agendas, political petitions are invaluable. Now, the problem that I see with the first point is that it clearly does not refer to point Z. It doesn't talk about elections, so it cannot be our summary. Option 2 says, citizens become less inclined to petitioning as it enables vocal citizens to shape political agendas. This is definitely not given to us. So, it cannot be our summary. We eliminate option 2. Option 3 says, petitioning is definitely more representative of the collective voice and the functioning of democratic government could improve if we relied more on petitioning rather than holding periodic elections. Now, is the author saying that we should rely on one as compared to the other? Not really. The author is simply trying to make a contrast between what petitioning does and what elections do. So, option 3 distorts the author's message. It cannot be our answer. Option 4 says, petitioning has been important to democratic functioning. That, of course, is our point X and Y, as it supplements the electoral process by enabling ongoing engagement with the government. Now, here, we have changed a lot of the words. We have not used a lot of the language that we have used in the original passage, but it actually captures all of our points. It already talks about the importance of petitioning. It also talks about elections and the fact that elections cannot really get everything done. And it of course says that it enables ongoing engagement with the government, which is what point Z is about. So option 4 very clearly is the answer. This I thought was an easy summary question. Now here we have a parajumble, so we're going to use our sort link sequence. Let's get started. The first statement here is pretty lengthy. It seems to be talking about some company leaders basing their decisions on locating offices to foster innovation and growth. So we're talking about the fact that some of the best performing inventors suffered the greatest productivity losses when their commutes grew longer. It's talking about commuting and productivity or innovation. So when I looked at this, I thought that it may be the starter. The only point that irked is that it says some company leaders. So we're not really sure because this is a pretty limited viewpoint and we're not really sure what the topic is so far. Now let's take a look at the second statement. Shorter commutes support innovation by giving employees more time in the office and greater opportunities for in-person collaboration. This also looks like a starter. It talks about the advantages of a shorter commute. So maybe the starter. Let's take a look at the third one. This is not always the case. Remote work does not automatically lead to greater creativity. This would have to be a follower because when we say this is not always the case, we are referring to something. So this is a follower. Option 4 says that some see the link between long commutes and productivity as support for work from home scenarios. Now, when I read 4 and 3 together, I should be able to say that they are linked. Why so? 4 talks about the fact that some see the link between long commutes and productivity as a reason to support work from home scenarios. But 3 says this is not always the case. Remote work does not always and automatically lead to greater creativity and productivity because in-person conversations or water cooler conversations are also important. So I found my first link. It's supposed to be 4 and then 3. Now, we still have not figured out our starter. In fact, while reading all of them, I felt that there were multiple possible starters. So instead of arbitrarily choosing one, why not allow the starter to emerge on its own? Let's take a look at all the statements together. We already know that 4 and 3 form a link. Now after this, we should be able to see the link between 2 and 1. Both of them talk about the advantages of a short commute. When I compare, I would probably say that 2 is the best starter because it introduces the topic and it covers all the points that follow after it as well. Shorter commutes support innovation and they also remove the physical strain of a long commute. They also do not have the disadvantages of working from home. So, out of all the options, 2 is the best starter. The moment I decide that, my question is solved. So, the correct sequence is going to be 2, 1, 4, 3. And the way that I finally decided at the end is that I looked at statement 1 and statement 4. Both of them present limited viewpoints. Some company leaders and some see the link. And that kind of encouraged me to say that 2 is probably the best starting point. Again, this is not the most logical way to select the starter, but sometimes when you have nothing else to go on, this works.
In this question, we are looking at a hockey team that is being performing and we are looking at the performance of 4 women players. So, the 4 players are Amla, Bimla, Harita and Sarita. Now, we know that they have scored a total of 12 goals in 8 matches that has been given to us. We know that in every match there was at least 1 goal that was being scored and we also know that no 2 players had scored the same number of goals. Now we also know some facts in terms of when those goals were scored or what was exactly the split between the matches that happened. So let's have a look at the conditions that have been given to us and then let's try to solve this particular set. So we have 5 questions in this particular set and again the questions are not very difficult honestly once you figure out the set. So what we have to do here is we have essentially condensed the entire information that we had in this particular slide and we will need to plot all the matches that were there and the people that were there and the goals that would have been scored. So this is the basic skeleton that I have here on this particular slide and what we can do is we can just plug in the values and see what happens. So the first thing here is a total of 12 goals scored by 4 players in 8 matches. Every player had scored at least 1 goal and no 2 players scored the same number of goals. Essentially, I have to split 12 into 4 parts such that at least 1 is present in each part and all the people would have scored different number of goals. So, if you observe it carefully and if you have a basic knowledge of this puzzle called Kakuro, then you will be able to figure out that there are only 2 cases that exist. One case is when I split this 12 in the form of 6, 3, 2, 1 or I split this in the form of 5, 4, 2, 1. These are the only 2 cases that exist, right? And that is basically a derivative from 1, 1, 1, 1 being given to everyone and then 8 needs to be split into 3 unequal parts such that each part has at least 1. So, it is either 4, 3, 1 or 5, 2, 1. That is basically what has led us here. So, 6, 3, 2, 1 or 5, 4, 2, 1 are the only 2 possibilities that exist. Now, in this case, only 1 goal was scored in every even numbered match. So, match 2, there would have been 1 goal that would have been scored, match 4 exactly 1 goal, match 6 exactly 1 goal and match 8 exactly 1 goal. So, this part we have used. Harita scored more goals than Bimla, right? But we don't know who has scored what, so we will let this point be for the time being. The highest goal scorer scored goals in exactly 3 matches, including match 4 and match 8. So, someone who scored 6 goals, let's say if the first case is right, or 5 goals, let's say if the second case is right, would have scored goals in exactly 3 matches and that would include match 4 and match 8. But the funny thing here is match 4 and match 8 are present, but in those 2 matches exactly 1 goal would have been scored and the highest scorer would have been the only scorer in these 2 matches. So, that is basically what we are looking at. Bimla scored a goal in match 1 and 1 each in 3 consecutive matches, 3 other consecutive matches, right. So, Bimla would have scored 1 goal in match 1 and then 3 consecutive matches she would have scored 1 goal each, meaning Bimla scored exactly 4 goals. Now, if you look at the 2 splits that we have here 6, 3, 2, 1 and 5, 4, 2, 1, there is only one split wherein we have someone who would have scored 4 goals and that basically means that Bimla would have scored 4 goals and the split that is valid in this particular case is 5, 4, 2 and 1. So we know that 5, 4, 2, 1 would have been the split. I'll just write it here, out of which 4 goals would have been scored by Bimla, right? Now we also know from the previous condition that Harita scored more goals than Bimla. Now if Bimla has scored 4 and the split is 5, 4, 2, 1, Harita would have scored 5 goals. That is what we know. We also know that 5 is the highest, or the number of goals scored by the highest scorer. We also know that the highest scorer scored goals in exactly 3 matches, including match 4 and match 8. So match 4, Harita would have scored 1 goal, match 8, Harita would have scored 1 goal, and no one else would have scored a goal in these 2 matches, because only 1 goal was scored in every even numbered match, and 4 and 8 are obviously even numbered matches. So highest scorer we have taken care of, match 4, match 8 we have taken care of, which essentially means that there is one other match wherein Harita would have scored exactly 3 goals. That is something that might be important at a later point in time. Now an equal number of goals were scored in match 3 and match 7. So if match 3 had X goals, match 7 would have also had X goals being scored, which was different from the number of goals scored in either match 1 or match 5. So X, whatever is there, is a different number compared to M1 or M5. The match in which the highest number of goals was scored was unique, and it was not match 5. Now one thing might be obvious to you, that X and X are the ones wherein the same number of goals would have been scored. M2, M4, M6, M8, the same number of goals have been scored. M5 and M1, right? So M5 is not the match wherein the highest number of goals were scored. So M1 has to be the one where the highest number of goals were scored, and that is a unique value that we have here, right? So this is basically what we have here at this point in time. So let's see how to proceed, right? Now in this particular case, if you are looking at filling these two X's and M1 and M5, now we have already accounted for 4 goals in matches 2, 4, 6 and 8. Now I need to split 8 into 4 parts such that 2 parts are equal, right? 8 into 4 parts, 1, 3, 5, 7, such that 2 parts are equal. Now let's say the 2 equal parts are 1 each. So if the 2 equal parts are 1 each, then I have to split the remaining 6 into 2 unequal parts. So that will be split as 2 and 4, right? We cannot split it as 1 and 5, because 1 is repeating only in these 2 matches. We have been told that M1 or M5 did not share the same number of goals as M3 or M7, or M3 and M7 rather. So 1, 1, 2, 4 is the only way to split it if I give 1 to each equal object. If I give 2, 2 here, then I have to give 1 to one and 3 to another. Again, the split has to be unequal and 1 has to be the unique winner that we have. So this is basically what has happened in this particular situation, right? If you look at the information that has been given to us, Bimla scored a goal in match 1. So Bimla definitely scored 1 goal in match 1, that we know, and she scored 1 each in 3 other consecutive matches, right? So 3 other consecutive matches. Now if you look at the entire split that we have here in this particular case, 3 consecutive matches cannot be M2, M3, M4 or any other combination except M5, M6 and M7, right? So M5, M6, M7 have to be those other 3 matches wherein Bimla scored her 4 goals or 3 goals in consecutive matches. Now M6 again is a match wherein only 1 goal has been scored, so the remaining 3 people would not have scored any goals. Bimla's total is 4 that we know, Harita's total is 5 that we know. So this is basically where we are at this point in time. We also know that Bimla scored 4 goals in total, so Bimla would not have scored anything in M2 and M3. Now let's move ahead and see what happens. There has to be a match wherein Harita would have scored 3 goals. So Harita has to score 3 goals in one match. Now which match could that be? Could that be M2? Not possible. Could that be M3? Not possible, because M3 has X goals being scored, which is also consistent with something else. And if I score, let's say 3 goals here and 3 goals here in those 2 matches that were equal, I have to split 2 into 2 unequal parts, which will happen only if I do 2-0, right? But every match has at least 1 goal that would have been scored, right? So we don't really have a 0 to put anywhere. So 3 cannot be the case when it comes to M3. 3 cannot be the case when it comes to M7. could Harita have scored 3 goals in M5? If 3 goals would have been scored in M5, M1 would have to have more goals than M5, right? But if you look at the split here, if there are 3 goals being scored in one match, that has to be the match with the highest number of goals. So in this case, 4 is the case that is possible wherein 3 goals could have been scored by Harita, 1 goal by someone else, fair enough. But second case, again if you look at it, 3 goals would have been scored by Harita in match 1, fair enough. But you cannot have 3 goals being scored in a match and that match not featuring the highest number of goals, right? So that is basically something that tells us for sure that Harita would have scored her 3 goals in match 1, because that needs to be the highest or the match with the highest number of goals. Now 3 goals have been scored by Harita in match 1, 1 goal has been scored by Bimla in match 1. Match 1 needs to have a least total of 4 goals, which means that only our first case 1-1-2-4 is valid, because 2-2-1-3 will not lead to 4 goals being scored in any match. So we know for sure that match 1 was the one wherein 4 goals were scored, out of which 1 goal was scored by Bimla, 3 were scored by Harita. So the other 2 people would have not scored even a single goal, they would have been at 0 each. We also know that Harita would not have scored goals in any other match, because we have already figured out when Harita scored her goals. Match 1, match 4 and match 8 as has been given to us. Now we also know that match 5 was a match wherein there were 2 goals that were scored. Match 3 had only 1 goal scored, match 7 had only 1 goal scored. Now we have already figured out what Bimla and Harita did. Now in terms of Amla and Sarita, one of them has to score 1 goal and the other person has to score 2 goals. Also we know that 1 goal was scored in M5 whose origin we don't know. 1 goal was scored in M3 whose origin we don't know. 1 goal was scored in M2 whose origin we don't know. Now these will be variable in this particular context, and depending on the information that we get in some questions, maybe we might be able to fill those. Otherwise, this is basically what the table looks like. Now I'll show you the completed table once. So this is the table that we had done. Amla and Sarita would have scored 1 or 2 goals, and again that those goals would have happened in individual matches. So there would not have been a match wherein one person would have scored 2 goals. So that cannot happen, right? So this is basically where we are. So let's look at the questions and then see what happens in terms of the answers. So the first question that we have here is, how many goals were scored in match 7? So match 7, we know for sure that there was only 1 goal that was scored, which was scored by Bimla. That is also something that we know, and that's why the correct answer here is option 2, that is 1 goal that would have been scored in match 7. In this question, we have to find the correct sequence of goals scored in matches 1, 3, 5 and 7. So if you look at the goals that would have been scored in matches 1, 3, 5 and 7, the number of goals scored in match 1 is 4, the number of goals scored in match 3 is 1, match 5 is 2, match 7 is 1. So it becomes 4, 1, 2, 1. So the correct answer here is option 3, that is 4, 1, 2, 1, and that will be the correct answer here. In this question, we have 2 statements that have been given to us and we have to figure out which one or if both of them are true or not. So let's have a look at the table that we have drawn here. So Amla and Sarita never scored goals in the same match, right? So if you look at the goals scored by Amla or Sarita, right? So we know that one person has scored 1 goal, one person has scored 2 goals, and we know that there isn't a scenario wherein there have been 2 goals that have been scored in a match that we don't know the origin of, right? So match 2, if Amla would have scored 1 goal and she would have scored, let's say, 1 goal in totality, then Sarita had to score her 2 goals in matches 3 and 5. Similarly, if Amla would have, let's say, scored 2 goals in matches 2 and 3, Sarita had to score her goal in match 5. So they cannot simultaneously have a goal being scored in the same match. That is what we know from this context. Harita and Sarita never scored goals in the same match. So Harita and Sarita, if you look at them, Harita has scored goals in matches 1, 4 and 8, whereas Sarita has not scored a goal in these 3 matches for sure. So we can say with certainty that both these statements are true, and so the correct answer in this case will be option 1, that is both the statements. Yep, so that is the answer to this particular question. In this question, we have to figure out which of these statement or statements is or are false. Now the first statement says in every match at least one player scored a goal. So if you look at the table that we have drawn here, we will see that in every match at least one player scored a goal. Yes, we have 4, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, right? So in every match one player at least would have scored a goal. So the first statement is true, means that it is not false. The second statement is no two players scored goals in the same number of matches. So if you look at Amla and Bimla, Amla and Sarita together rather, one person scored one goal, one person scored two goals, but the eventuality is that the person who has scored two goals would have scored these two goals in two different matches. One person scoring one goal obviously has to score it in only one match. So what we have here is one person has scored goal in exactly one match, one person has scored goals in exactly two matches. If you look at Bimla, Bimla has scored goals in 4 matches. If you look at Harita, Harita has scored goals in exactly 3 matches. So we have 4 people and each one of them has scored goals in a different number of matches. So no two players scored goals in the same number of matches is again a true statement. So the first statement was true, the second statement is also true, meaning that the correct answer is going to be which one is false? None of these statements is false. In this question we have some additional information. If Harita scored goals in one more match as compared to Sarita, then which of these statements will be true? So let's have a look at the table that we have drawn and let's see what happens after that. So statement 1 says Amla scored goals in consecutive matches. Now Harita scored goals in one more match compared to Sarita. Sarita would have scored goals in so many matches. Harita scored goals in 3 matches, means that Sarita would have scored goals in 2 matches, meaning Sarita would have scored 2 goals in total. And Amla effectively would have scored 1 goal and that would have happened in 1 match. Now in which match did Sarita score her 2 goals? That is something that we don't know. So let's see. So Amla scored goals in consecutive matches, right? Is that statement true? There is only one match in which Amla would have scored her goals, right? So that is not going to happen. Sarita scored goals in consecutive matches. Is that going to be true? So if you look at what is happening in terms of Sarita, Sarita would have scored goals in either M1, either M2 and M3 or M2 and M5 or M3 and M5. So it's not necessary that Sarita would have scored goals in consecutive matches. So if you look at the eventuality that we have here, we can say that neither of these statements is going to be true. So both these statements cannot be said to be necessarily true. So the correct answer here is option 2, none of these statements. In this set, we have a schematic map of a metro line in a city or multiple metro lines in a city, and we know that the rectangles that we have here are the terminal stations. The diamonds that we have here are the junctions. So R, S, T, V are the junctions. The small dots that are there will be other stations, right? There is a lot of information that has been given to us. There are 2 lines that run in the east-west direction. So west to east, east to west. There are 2 lines that run in the north-south direction, north to south, south to north. We know that all trains stop for 2 minutes at each of the junction stations and they stop at 1 minute at each of the other stations. So the small dots you see, the train will stop at that small dot for 1 minute. Similarly, the diamonds that we see, every train will stop at a diamond for 2 minutes. So as soon as it reaches the diamond, it will stop for 2 minutes. Similarly, if you look at the east-west direction lines, the horizontal lines that we have, it takes 2 minutes for the trains running in the east-west direction to go from one station to another. Similarly, in the north-south direction, the train or each train takes 3 minutes to go from one station to the next. So this is what we have here. We know that the first train starts at 6 AM. The last trains leave the terminal stations at midnight. So after 12 midnight, there won't be any trains that would be running. After 12 midnight, the next train that would start will be at 6 in the morning, right? So this is basically what we have here. We know that there are metro service trains every 15 minutes in the north-south direction. So if the first train starts at 6 AM, the next train will start at 6:15, the next train will start at 6:30 and so on. We also know that in the east-west lines, trains start every 10 minutes. So if the first train starts at 6 AM, the next train will start at 6:10 AM, the next train at 6:20, 6:30, 6:40 and so on till the time you reach 12 midnight. So the last train should leave at 12 midnight ideally. We also know that every train must rest for at least 15 minutes. That at least bit is very important. It's not exactly 15 minutes, it is at least 15 minutes. And because a train can rest for at least 15 minutes, by the time the next slot arrives, the train will be ready to take the return trip. And that is basically where you will be able to solve 2 questions without even understanding the rest of the set. So 2 questions from this set you could have solved even without understanding the other bits of information. Just understanding the junctions and the amount of time spent between 2 stations and on each station, that would have helped you crack 2 questions. But more on that later. We will have a look at the questions and we'll try to see what happens, because this is a lot of information and the questions that we have are in the form of ifs or scenario based questions, and for that we need to know what the scenario is. Otherwise we can interpret this data in 1,000 different ways. We can come up with imaginary situations wherein we are at some station and we want to go somewhere else. There is no end to the interpretation that this data might have. But what we are going to do is we are going to have a look at the questions and try to see what exactly needs to be done when it comes to each question. So the first question that we have here is, if Hari is ready to board a train at 8:05 am from station M, then what is the earliest or when is the earliest that he can reach station N? So if you look at the diagram that we have here, MN is a horizontal east-west line that we have here. Now Hari is ready to board a train at 8:05, but the thing is there a train that is present which will leave at 8:05? And what exactly will happen once it goes from M to N? So here if you look at the entire context, we can just divide it into smaller parts and see what is the amount of time that it will take for anybody to go from at least the terminal station to the junction, junction to junction and junction to the next terminal station. So that is what we will try to see, and we will try to write it and then we will use it for the other questions as well. So horizontal lines, if you are looking at it, from M to R, from terminal to junction, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 gaps. 4 gaps, 1 minute each is what it takes, or 2 minutes each is what it takes to go from one station to the next along the east-west line. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 2s are 8 minutes. It will take in between stations. 3 stations we have, and we have to wait at an individual station for 1 minute. So 8 plus 3 will be 11 minutes to go from a terminal station to a junction. Now junction to junction, horizontal, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 gaps. So 10 gaps will basically mean there are 9 stations. One station will divide a line into 2 gaps. So 10 gaps, 9 stations. The amount of time along the east-west line will be 10 into 2 plus 9 into 1, that is 29 minutes. And similarly here if you are looking at it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gaps, 5 stations, 6 2s are 12 plus 5, 17 is what we have. So horizontal lines 11, 29, 17 is what we have in front of us. Now in terms of Hari, what will happen is, Hari is ready to board a train at 8:05, but along the east-west line, trains begin every 10 minutes. So Hari will have to wait till 8:10 for the train to start. So if a train starts at 8:10, and it's best for Hari to sit in that train and go forward, because there is no point getting down and changing and waiting for the next train, because it's going to take some time if Hari gets down. So Hari will have to start in a train and will have to continue with that train till the time Hari reaches the terminal station N. So 8:10 Hari starts. Hari will have to take 11 minutes, 29 minutes, 17 minutes and 2 minutes each at the junctions R and S that we have. So 4 more minutes. So if you add everything, 11 plus 29 is 40, 40 plus 17 is 57, 57 plus 4 is 61 minutes. So 61 minutes past 8:10 is when Hari is going to reach station N. 61 minutes is 1 hour 1 minute. So 8:10 if Hari starts, 9:11 is basically when Hari will be able to reach station N. So the correct answer here is option 4, that is 9:11 am is the earliest when Hari will be able to reach station N. In this question, Priya is ready to board a train at 10:25 am from station T. Then when is the earliest that she can reach station S? Now if you look at the diagram again, here the complexity begins to increase a bit, because now we are looking at a intermediate station, right? So Priya is ready to board from station T. When is the earliest that she can reach station S? So either she can go from T to R and R to S, or she can go from T to V and V to S. Now let's see what happens. So Priya is ready to board at 10:25 am. Now if you look at it, T to R, if she wants to go, she will have to take this train that starts from B. So in this particular context, let's say we are looking at the vertical line as well. So we already figured out that along the horizontal line, if we were looking at the amount of time taken, it would be 11 for this segment, 29 for this segment, and it would be 17 for this segment. Whereas in a vertical context, if you are looking at it, there are 3 gaps. So 3 3s are 9, 1 gap is 3 minutes in the north-south direction, plus 2 minutes at 2 stations. So 9 plus 2 will be 11. Here you have 4 gaps, 4 3s are 12, plus 3 stations, so 15. And here we have 3 gaps, so 3 3s are 9, plus 2, 11 again. So this is basically the amount of time that it is going to take if you are going in between 2 junctions or in between a terminal station and a junction, right? So that is what we have set in stone. Now 10:25 is when Priya is ready to board the train, and we know that it takes 11 minutes for a train to go from B to T. It also takes 11 minutes for a train to go from P to T as well, but we'll look at it in the second case. Let's say in the first case, she goes from T to R and then she goes from R to S. That is the path that she is going to follow. Now, if a train is coming from B to T and it takes 11 minutes to reach T, we know that every 15 minutes a train is going to start from B, and Priya is ready at 10:25. Let's say we are looking at a train that has started at 10:15 from B. If the train has started at 10:15 from B, it would have reached T at 10:26. So Priya has reached and Priya is ready to board the train now. So 10:26, the train arrives at T. So the train will leave T at 10:28. So 10:28 is when the train leaves T. 10:28 plus 15, the train arrives at R at 10:43. Now Priya is ready to board the train at junction R at 10:43. But we also have to see if there is already a train present at junction R that she can board. So for that we will have to look at the train that is travelling in the east-west direction starting from M and going towards N. So 10:43 she is ready. It takes 11 minutes for the train to come from M to R, right? If the train would have started at 10:30, let's say for example, it would have reached R at 10:41. It would have been leaving R at 10:43. Now Priya can optimize her journey, and it has been told that let's say that Priya can catch, or the person can catch a train even when it is leaving the station. So that is a possibility. So 10:43 is when she is going to get the train. 10:43 plus 29, which will mean that 11:12, 17 plus 12, 11:12 is when she will reach junction S, and she has to reach station S. Now this is basically what she is doing without any loss of time. So this is one scenario wherein she reaches junction S at 12 minutes past 11. Let's look at another scenario. What if she takes the T-V route first and then she goes from V to S? So T to V to S, let's see what happens there. Now she reaches at this junction, or she is ready to board the train at 10:25. What is the earliest train that she can get which is going along the east-west route? So P to T, again it takes 11 minutes. So a train that would have started at 10:10, let's say for example, would have reached at 10:21 and would have left at 10:23 as well. So Priya is not going to get that train. Priya is going to get the train that will reach, or that will start from P at say 10:20, will reach T at 10:31 and will leave from T at 10:33. That is when the train leaves T. After 10:33, it will take 29 minutes, or in other words, it would have reached station V or junction V at 2 minutes past 11. Now, whatever train, right, Priya would get from station V going upwards would take at least 15 minutes now between those two stations. So even if, let's say for example, there is a possibility that she gets to board a train at 11:02, she is still going to take 15 minutes. So it's going to be definitely greater than 11:17, the amount of time that or the time that she would be reaching S at, right? So 11:17 is definitely going to be the least time that she is going to reach S at. So we are not really getting into the calculation of that bit. We know for sure that 11:12 is head and shoulders better than the other route that we have. So we can say for sure that the earliest that Priya will be able to reach junction S if she starts from T at 10:25 will be nothing but 12 minutes past 11 AM. And that is the answer to this particular question that we have here. In this question, Haripriya is expected to reach station S late. What is the latest time by which she must be ready to board at station S if she must reach station B before 1 AM via station R? Very important two letters that we have here, 1 AM, right? So AM is very important here. Let's look at the diagram that we have here and then let's see what happens. So 1 AM essentially tells you that it is 1 in the night, which means we have to catch the last train that starts at 12 midnight. If we miss that one, then Haripriya will have to wait till 6 in the morning, and that will be the next train that she will be able to catch. So this is basically a big clue that we have here. If you look at the options, 3 options are in terms of PM, 1 is in terms of AM. I believe that it was sort of a miss from the conducting authorities when they gave AM, because it is not going to take more than 12 hours for her to reach. So this option can be disregarded. Obviously, if it would have been 11:49 PM, you could have still checked it and you would have figured out that this is not how it works, right? But anyway, 11:49 AM is definitely not going to be helpful to us in any context. So let's disregard it altogether. Haripriya is expected to reach this station late, and she has to reach station B, and she has to travel via station R. That is what we have here. Again, we will look at the numbers that we had. So here we have 3 gaps, and we had sort of 3 minutes each. So 3 3s are 9 plus 2, 11 is what we had here. We had 15 here, we had 11 here. Horizontal lines, we had 11 here, we had 29 here, we had 17 here. So we can use the same numbers and we can figure out. Right now, let's say for example, we are looking at the options here and then we are doing it. So 11:49 is definitely out. Let's look at 11:43 PM. Let's say she reaches here at 11:43 PM. Now, considering that it takes 17 minutes for a train to go from N to S, what is going to happen in this particular context? Let's say the train starts at 11:30, for example. Then this train is going to reach at 11:47 and it is going to leave at 11:49. So this works for Haripriya. Let's say the train would have started at 11:20, because along the east-west line, trains start every 10 minutes. So a train would have started at 11:20, would have reached at 11:37, would have left at 11:39. So Haripriya would not have got that train. Haripriya is going to get the train that would have started at 11:30 PM. So 11:30 PM the train starts, 11:47 the train reaches S, 11:49 the train starts from S. Now 11:49 the train would have started from S. It takes 29 minutes for Haripriya to reach junction R. 11:49 plus 29 will be 12:18. Now she would have reached junction R at 12:18. But to go from junction A to junction R, it takes a train 11 minutes. So the last train that would have started from A at midnight 12 would have reached R at 12:11, would have left R at 12:13, but she has reached at 12:18. Now that is a disastrous outcome that she has to face. The train has left, she is stuck at station R, she will not be able to catch that train, right? And there is no other way to go from R to B after that. So 11:43 is something that will not work because the train has already left junction R. So the next option that you have is 11:39. Again, if you have an eagle eye for details, you will be able to see that 12:13 the train had left R, 12:18 when she had reached, because she started at 11:43. 4 minutes earlier, if she would have started, she would have been able to catch the train. So most probably this is our answer, but let's see what happens. So in this particular context, 11:39, let's say she starts at 11:39. So I'll just erase everything that is there on this slide. Let's say she starts at 11:39 or she reaches the station at 11:39. Now 11:39, again we know that it is going to take 17 minutes for a train to go from N to S, and that is why we have to be sure that the train that has started here would have started at say 11:20, because 11:20 you have 17 minutes that it will take for the train to go from N to S. So you had 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 12 in plus 5, 17. 11:37 it would have reached, 11:37 it would have, 11:39 it would have left the junction. Again here it would have taken 29 minutes, 11:39 plus 29 would be nothing but 21 till 12 midnight and another 8 minutes. So it would have reached this place at 12:08. Now it has reached R at 12:08. It takes 11 minutes for the train to come from A to R. So the train that would have started would have been at 12 midnight. So the train that would have started at 12 midnight would arrive at R at 12:11. It would leave junction R at 12:13. And after that, we don't have to change any trains. We simply have to go along the flow. So 15 minutes is what it takes to go from R to T, right? So R to T, it takes 15 minutes because 3, 3, 3, 3, 12 plus 3, 15. And it takes another 11 minutes to go from T to B. It takes 2 minutes at junction T. So 12:13 plus 15 would have been 12:28. 12:28 plus 2 would have been 12:30 plus 11 would have been 12:41. She will happily reach station B at 12:41 and that would be the end of it. Because if she leaves a bit more later than 11:39, she will not be able to catch the train that is there, because 11:39 is basically that point wherein the train leaves. If she misses that 11:39 train, she will be 10 minutes late, and if she is 10 minutes late, she will have to catch the 12:18 train which doesn't exist, or train after 12:18 at junction R which will not exist. So the correct answer to this question is going to be option 4, that is 11:39 PM, when she can leave and still make it to station B before 1 AM. In this question, we have to figure out the minimum number of trains that are required to provide the service on the AB line, considering the north and considering both north and south directions. So trains running from north to south and trains running from south to north. So let's have a look at the diagram that we have here. Again, we can use the basic calculation that we have already done. So if you are going from A to B, it takes 11 minutes along this path, 15 minutes along the middle path and 11 minutes along the end path. 2 minutes it takes at junctions R and T each, and 15 minutes at least is the turnaround time once it reaches station B. So let's say, for example, the first train would have started at 6 AM here. This train would have reached junction B at what time? So 6 plus or 11 plus 2, 13, 13 plus 15, 28 plus 2, 30 plus 11, 41 plus 15 is 56. So after 56 minutes, this train would have been ready to move from junction B towards junction A. So 6:56 is basically when the train will be ready, right? But we don't want the train to be just ready, we also want the time to happen, right? So the trains that leave along the AB path that we have, north-south path that we have, will leave every 15 minutes, as we know. So although the train is ready to leave at 6:56, the train will only be able to leave at 7 AM. Same thing would have been going in the north-south direction as well, right? So this train is ready to leave at 7 AM. But what between 6 AM and 7 AM, what will the other trains do? Or what will the people who would have been standing at station B will do? They will have to take a fresh set of trains. So 6 AM, there would be a train leaving station B. 6:15 AM, there will be a train leaving station B. 6:30 AM, there will be a different train leaving station B. 6:45 AM, there will be a different train leaving section B, and the 7 AM train will be the one that would have already left from A towards B, right? So we will need 4 additional trains, right? We need 4 additional trains. Now again, you can think about it. The 6 AM train that would have left from here would reach here and be ready to go back at the 7 AM time that we have here, right? So what between 6 AM and 7 AM? So 6 AM, one train had left, 6:15, 6:30, 6:45. So 4 trains would be moving along the north to south direction, and 4 trains would be moving along the south to north direction. And at 7 AM, everybody is happy. The same trains can keep on going to and fro throughout the day, and no one will miss anything, right? So initial part is basically what is going to be important. So we can say that there are 8 trains that are required to provide service along the AB line. Forget about everything else, just the AB line. You will need 8 trains to service that entire line throughout the day. So the correct answer to this question is going to be 8. Now we have to figure out the minimum number of trains that are required to provide the service in this city. So we have already figured out that along the north-south route, we will need 8 trains from A to B. Similarly, we will need 8 trains from C to D because it is exactly the same line that we have here. Now if you look at the east-west route that we have, again we have some rudimentary numbers in place. We know that to go from M to R it takes 11 minutes, from R to S it takes 29 minutes, and from S to N it takes 17 minutes. 2 minutes of stoppage time at R, 2 minutes of stoppage time at S, 15 minutes is what it takes for the changeover. So a train when it starts from M, let's say it will take 11 plus 2 13 plus 29, that is 42, 42 plus 2 44 plus 17 61 plus 15, which is 76 minutes. So it will take 76 minutes for the train to be ready to resume its the return journey that it's there, right? So 6 AM, let's say my first train starts from M towards N. This train would have reached and would be ready to go back after 76 minutes, meaning it will be ready to move at 16 minutes past 7, meaning the 7:20 train that is going to start from N will be the first train that would have gone from M to N, because 7:16 is when it's ready, but it's not yet scheduled to leave. Na? The trains are scheduled to leave every 10 minutes along the east-west line. So 7:20 is the earliest that the train will be able to leave junction N. Now what is happening in between these two phases? 6 AM a train has started for junction N, but before 7:20 there will be trains that will be needed to start from junction N to service the east to west route. So 6, 6:10, 6:20, 6:30, 40, 50, 7, 7:10. We will need 8 trains to start from junction N towards junction M before we have the original train ready to go back. So 8 trains we will need to go from east to west. Similarly, the train that starts at 6 AM here would have reached this place and would be ready to go back for its return journey at 7:20. So before that, we again have 6, 6:10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 7, 7:10, 8 trains. So we will need 8 trains to go from the west to east direction. So 16 trains is what we will need here. Again, this is basically what we are looking at in this particular context. Now the minimum number of trains that are required to provide the service in this particular city will be nothing but 8 trains along the east-west direction, 8 trains along the west to east direction, right? So 16 is basically what we have here for this horizontal route. 16 is what we have here for the other horizontal route. So we will need a total of 8 plus 8 plus 16 plus 16 or 48 trains to service this entire city throughout the day. Slightly tricky question, but with conviction you could have answered it, and because it was a theta question, you could have maybe got it right if you would have done some basic calculation as well. In this set, there are 15 girls and some boys among the graduating students in a class. Now we know that they are planning a get together which could either be a 1-day event, a 2-day event or a 3-day event. We know that there are some singers, some girls, some boys, some dancers, some girls, some boys, some people who don't sing neither sing nor dance. We also know that there are some people, or there could be some people who would not be interested in attending the event at all. So there are a lot of variables that are present. This is sort of a difficult set to understand, but then again this is something that can be done with a bit of persistence. So if you keep your calm and think about maybe 2 scenarios that are possible in this particular context, you should be able to solve this set. This was definitely the toughest set in the slot, and it required a lot of thinking in depth and a lot of representation or representative skills, right? So that is what we are going to look at, and let's have a look at how to solve this particular set. So this is the information that we have in front of us in a condensed manner. Now let's try to figure out how exactly to represent this information. So there are 2 things that are happening here. One, we know the number of boys who sing, number of boys who dance, number of girls who sing, number of girls who dance, total number of girls, those bits we know, that is one part. And the second part is trying to figure out how many people were interested in turning up for day 1, day 2, day 3 and were not interested at all. So this is basically what we have to plot. There are 2 different things that are going on here, and so we will have 2 different tables in terms of this particular set. So let's see what these two tables look like. So they will look something like this. We can simply divide it as boys, girls, day 1, day 2, day 3, and DNA is either did not attend or do not want to attend. And in terms of the number of singers, dancers, neither, and total, that is what we are looking at. So let's see what has been given to us. We know that there are 15 girls that we have here. So total number of girls is 15 for sure. We know that there are 6 singers in the class. So 6 is the total number of singers that we have. 4 of them are boys. So 2 singers have to be girls. There are 10 dancers in the class. So 10 will be here. And 4 of them are girls, meaning 6 of them are boys. So we have 4 male singers, 2 female singers, 6 male dancers and 4 female dancers. That's what we have here. We also know that the total number of girls is 15. So if there are 2 girls who sing, 4 girls who dance, there has to be 9 girls who neither sing nor dance, because we have also been told that no singer also dances. So it's either only singing, only dancing, or neither. There won't be an overlap between singing and dancing. That is a very important point that we have here. So this is what it looks like. Now we know that all the girls, so this part we have taken care of, no dancer is a singer, that we know. All the girls and 80% of the boys. Now 80% of the boys is what we have here, and again we are going to have a 60%, 70% kind of a thing. So what we can do in this context is, let's say the total number of boys is 10x and the number of girls we know is 50. So that is one thing that we have established at this point in time. We know that the total number of boys is in the form of 10x. We have just assumed it's 10x that we have here, and the number of girls is 15. So the total number of people will be 10x plus 15. The number of boys who neither sing nor dance will be 10x minus 10, and so on. But we are not concerned about it at this point in time. So let's look at what happens here. So all the girls and 80% of the boys are interested in attending the one-day event, right? So if a one-day event has to happen, then these people will be interested. All the girls, meaning 15 girls will be interested if it would have been were a one-day event, and 80% of the boys. So 8x boys will be interested if it is supposed to be a one-day event. Similarly, we know that 60% of the boys are interested in attending a 2-day event. So 6x boys will be interested in attending a 2-day event. Some of the other girls are interested in attending, some of the girls are interested in attending a 1-day event but not a 2-day event, and some of the other girls are interested in attending both. So that is what we know. 70% of the boys who are interested in attending a 2-day event are neither singers nor dancers, So 70% of 6x will be 4.2x, and these people are neither singers nor dancers. I'll just write it just for the sake of it. We know that because of this, 1.8x people are either singers or dancers. So out of the 6x boys that are interested in attending a 2-day event, 1.8x people are singers or dancers, and this gives you a very important clue to start with, and we will come to it a bit later, but it is very important. Is 1.8x will essentially crack the set, and you are going to get one answer for sure if you crack this particular bit, right? So the total number of boys is something that you will be able to crack very easily if you look at 1.8x. Anyway, so this is what we have in this particular context. We also know that 60% of the girls who are interested in attending a 2-day event are neither singers nor dancers. So 60% of the people, right, who are interested in a 2-day event are neither singers nor dancers. Now if it is 60% of something, the number of girls gets restricted, right? So we can either have 5 girls or 10 girls in total who are interested in attending a 2-day event, because we know that some of the girls are interested in attending a 1-day event but not a 2-day event. So there exists a certain number of people who are interested in attending a 1-day event but are not interested in attending a 2-day event. So we know for sure that this could either be 5 or 10, because we need 60% of something, right? If there are 8 girls, how can you get 60% of 8? Then it will be 4.8 girls, which we will not be able to figure out, right? So if either 5 girls are there, in which case 3 girls would not be interested or would not be singers or dancers, and in case of 10 girls being interested in day 2 or 2-day event, 6 among them would be neither singers nor dancers, and this is a very important bit of information that we have, right? So 60% of the girls who are interested are neither singers nor dancers. no girl is interested in attending a 3-day event. So this becomes 0. And because all the girls are interested in attending at least a 1-day event, we can say that there exists no girl who does not want to attend this particular event. So that part is clear. So girls, more or less we have the structure ready. In case of boys, all male singers and 2 of the dancers. So all male singers. How many male singers are there? 4. So 4 male singers and 2 of the dancers are interested in attending a 3-day event. Now, is this the entire set of people who are interested in attending a 3-day event? No. But we know for sure that the number of people attending this 3-day event has to be greater than 4s plus 2d. Similarly, how many people are not interested? How many boys are not interested in attending the event? 8x people are interested in attending at least day 1. So 2x has to be the number of people who are not interested, or number of boys who are not interested in attending this event. That's what we know. We also know one interesting thing, that the number of singers attending a 2-day event is 1 more than the number of dancers attending a 2-day event. And this is basically a bit of information that will help you crack the test. So all those of you who were not able to crack this test in the actual test would have not been able to interpret this bit of information, and this is something that is key to cracking this particular set that we have here, right? So this is what we are looking at in this particular context. Now let's see what happens because of this information that we have here. We know for sure that on day 3 there were 4 singers and 2 dancers that were present. We also know that whoever wants to attend a 3-day event would also want to attend a 2-day event. And whoever wants to attend a 2-day event will also want to attend a 1-day event. So when I say that there are 4 singers and 2 dancers who are interested in attending a 3-day event rather from the boys' side, these people are the ones who would also be interested in attending a 2-day event. In simpler words, if someone wants to go for a 3-day trip, that person would also want to go for a 2-day trip, right? Going to the trip is very important, right? That is basically what it means in this context. Might not be true in all cases, but in this context it has been explicitly mentioned in the set. So these 4 singers and 2 dancers would have also been interested in turning up for a 2-day event, right? So we already know that there are 4 singers who are interested, there are 2 dancers who are interested in this particular context. That is what we know for sure. What else can we say about this, right? We know that 1.8x, so the total number of boys being 10x, 1.8x people were interested in a day 2 event, and they were either good at singing or dancing, right? Now what is the most obvious thing that can come to your mind? Now 1.8x has to be an integer, so x has to be a multiple of 5. Now if x is 5, then the total number of people who are interested or who can sing and dance and are interested in a 2-day event, boys, becomes 9, right? What if x becomes 10? So x can be 5, wherein the number of boys who can sing and dance and are interested in attending a 2-day event becomes 9. What if x is 10? There are 18 boys who would be singers or dancers and would be interested in attending a 2-day event. But what is the number of boys who can sing or dance? Right? 4 boys are singers, 6 boys are dancers. The number of boys cannot go beyond 10 who can sing and dance. So there is only one way that you can get an answer to this particular row. You know that x has to be equal to 5, and that is basically one of the answers to the questions in this set. That's the beauty of the set. So x could have been equal to 5, in which case 9 would be the number of boys who would be good at singing or dancing and would have loved to attend the event on for a 2-day event, right? So that is basically what we have here. So we know for sure that 9 people would be good at one of the 2 things from the boys' side. We already know that there are 4 singers and 2 dancers who are interested. The number of singers that we have here is 4 for sure. It cannot go beyond 4 because there are only 4 boy singers who exist. So how do we get a 9? We will have 4 singers from the boys' side and we will have 5 dancers from the boys' side, and this is basically something that will help you crack the set. So 4 singers and 5 dancers is the entirety of the kind of team that we have from the singing and dancing side when it comes to boys for day 2. Now look at the last line. The number of singers interested in attending a 2-day event is 1 more than the number of dancers interested in attending a 2-day event. The number of singers that we have here is 4 that we have here for sure, right? It has to be one more than the number of dancers who is attending a 2-day event. We already have 5 dancers here from the boys side. So the number of singers has to be at least 6 because we have 5 dancers from the boys side. Obviously, if there are more dancers from the girls side, then the number of singers will have to increase again, right? So because I have 5 dancers here, I need to have at least 6 singers. And how do I get 6 singers? 4 singers from the boys side, 2 singers from the girls side. That is what we will need to have. And again, look at this small bit of information that we had drawn earlier, right? So 2 singers, if they are there from the girls side, 6, 5, it becomes properly balanced. Everybody is happy, we are sorted, right? What happens if we have more people from the girls side? So girls side had only 2 options. Either there were 5 girls who were interested in a 2-day event, out of which 3 girls were not good at either singing or dancing, which means 2 people would have been good at singing or dancing. The other case is 10 girls were interested in attending a 2-day event, out of which 6 people were not good at either. So there would have been 4 girls who would have been good at singing or dancing. We know for sure that there are 2 singers who are present here, right? So 2 singers have to be present here from the girls side so that we get that 6-5 combination at the very least. Now what happens to the remaining 2 people is what will help you crack the set. In terms of girls, if you look at it, the number of singers is 2. So the number of singers is capped at 6. The number of singers can't go beyond 6. So this 6-5 case that we have here has to remain a 6-5 case, because as soon as you increase the number of dancers, you will also have to increase the number of singers by 1, right? And that is something that cannot happen because we have already hit the threshold in terms of the number of singers. And that was a beautiful piece of information that would have helped you crack the set. Now we have everything that we need. We cannot have 10 here because we have to have only 2 singers. So the number of girls who would be interested in attending a 2-day event would be 5. 3 of them not good at anything. 2 of them good at singing. So 2 singers is what we have, right? Similarly, in terms of boys, we have 9 people who are good at something, out of which 4 are singers, 5 are dancers. X is 5. Total number of boys is 50. Number of boys interested in a day 1 event is 8 into 5, 40. Day 2 event or 2-day event is 6 into 5, that is 30. 21 people not good at anything, 9 people good at something. Next day at least 6 people. Everything is clear in front of us now. So this is basically something that would have helped you crack the set during the test. Obviously, I know it's a very deep line of thought that we have here. Very few things that you can write on your sheet of paper. Mostly it's a thinking set. So now let's have a look at the consolidated information that we have. This is exactly what I discussed till now. So 2 singers, 5 girls, day 2, 15, all 15 of them. So 4 dancers, 2 singers had to be there. 40 boys on day 1, 30 boys on day 2, 4 singers, 5 dancers. That is basically what we have here. So now let's have a look at the questions and let's try to figure out if we are able to get some answers to these questions. So the first question, how many boys are there in the class? Even if you were attentive for the first 5 minutes of the set, you would have been able to answer this question easily. The number of boys who are there in the class will be nothing but 50. So the correct answer here is 50. Second question, which of the following can be determined from the given information? The number of boys who are interested in attending a 1-day event and are neither dancers nor singers, or the number of female dancers who are interested in attending a 1-day event. So let's have a look at this. We have this table in front of us. How many boys are interested in attending a 1-day event and are neither dancers nor singers? Now we have accounted for 9 boys who have some talent from the second day, and we know for sure that whoever is interested in attending a 2-day event will be interested in attending a 1-day event. So I know for sure that there exist 4 singers and 5 dancers who will be interested in attending a 1-day event. But the total number of boys that are interested in one of these 2 things is 10. And that is why we can say for sure, or we cannot say for sure, whether the last person, the last boy who is good at dancing, will that person be interested in attending a 1-day event or not. We don't know that for sure. It is a possibility that someone might be good at dancing but might not want to attend the event as well, right? So we don't know for sure whether the number will remain at 9 or will it be 10. Ergo, we can't figure out whether the number of boys who are not good at something or neither singer nor dancers will be either, again, that 40 might include the last dancer or might not include. So, we don't really know what might happen in that particular context. So, the first statement is something that we cannot determine from the given information. The second statement, the number of female dancers who are interested in attending a one-day event. We know for sure that all the girls are interested in attending the one-day event. We know for sure that the number of female dancers is 4. So, we can definitely say with certainty that the second point that we have here will be determined uniquely from the data that has been provided to us. What fraction of the class are interested in attending a 2-day event? So, again, if you look at what is going on here, on day 2 we have 30 boys, 9 singers or dancers and 21 who are not good at either. So, 30 boys and 5 girls. So, 35 people are interested in attending a 2-day event. And what is the total strength of the class? 50 boys, 15 girls. You will get 65 as the base. The answer has to be 7 by 13, which is the fraction of people who are interested in attending a 2-day event. So, the correct answer here is option 1, that is 7 by 13. What best can be concluded about the number of male dancers who are interested in attending a one-day event? Now, from the table that we have here, we know for sure that the 5 dancers who are interested in attending the event on day 2 will also be interested in attending the event on day 1. But we don't know whether the 6th male dancer that we have will be interested in attending the first day of the event or day 1 of the event or a one-day event or not. Might be interested, might not be interested. So, depending on the context, either we will have 5 male dancers who will be interested in attending a one-day event, or you might have 6 male dancers who might be interested in attending a one-day event. So, the correct answer here is option 1, that is either 5 or 6. How many female dancers are interested in attending a 2-day event? Again, if we refer to the table, we can see that out of 5 people or 5 girls who attended or who were interested in attending a 2-day event, there are exactly 2 people who have a talent, and those 2 people have a talent for singing. And that's why we can say with certainty that there will be no female dancer who would be interested in attending a 2-day event. So, the correct answer here is option 1, that is 0. In this set, we have 6 interviewers who fund initiatives. And we know that there are PQRST who are 5 candidates who get funded eventually. Now, the numbers that we have given here is the token, right, that we have has a face value of 2, 3, 5, 7, 11 or 13, right. And each of these interviewers has a token of 1 denomination, single face value only. Now, once the interviews are over, the candidate receives a funding that is 1000 times the product of the face values of all the tokens. So, let us say for example, if a candidate has tokens with face values 2, 5 and 7, the effective funding will be 1000 into 2 into 5 into 7 or 70,000 rupees, right. So, the numbers that we are going to get here will be product of 1000 and the individual tokens that we have. That is a big clue that we have here. Now, PQRST in descending order, again not in the order of their names but in descending order, it is very important. They received 3,90,000, 210,000, 165,000, 77,000 and 66,000. That is what has happened here. And some additional facts have been given to us. So, let us see what we can do with this information and how can we go ahead with this set. So, we have condensed the information here. Now, this is basically what it looks like. What we need to do is we need to have a table in front of us which will help us put the data. So, amount / split is the first table that I have here, and the awardees who awarded the tokens to these people is basically what we have here. The leftmost column is for people who would have got funded, and that is something that is again blank. Now, the first thing we can do is we can just plug in the values that we have here and try to see what exactly leads to that particular number. So, the first number that we are writing here is 3,90,000. Now, because we are multiplying something by 1000, I will just keep it as 390 for the time being. 210 was the product of the tokens that were there. 165 would have been the product of the tokens, 77 would have been the product of the tokens, and 66 would have been the product of the tokens. Now, how do we get 390? If you observe carefully, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11 and 13 are all prime numbers. So, I basically have to split 390 into the product of its prime components, as simple as that. So, we will have 2, 3, and 5 for sure. How did I get this so quickly? 390, right? So 390 is 39 into 10. 10 gives me 2 and 5 for sure. 39 is a sort of factor, or it's basically a product of 3 and 13. So I will write it as 2, 3, 5 and 13. That is basically what I will do here. Similarly, 210, we know that there is a factor of 2 and 5 involved because 210 is a multiple of 10, and the remaining two factors will be 3 into 7. So 3 7s are 21, into 10 is 210. 165, if you look at it, will be divisible by 3, will be divisible by you can say 11, and it will be divisible by 5. So 3 into 5 into 11 is 165. 77 will basically be 7 into 11, and 66 will be 2 into 3 into 11. So this is what we have in this particular context. Now let's see what happens in terms of the individual data points that we have here. So Fatima awarded tokens to everyone except Kahira. So there will be one person who would not have got a token which would have been given to everyone else. So if you look at what has happened here, 2 has been given to 1, 2 and 3 people, but it has not been given to 2 people. So 2 cannot be Fatima. What about 3? 3 is present in the first product, second product, third product and fifth product. So the fourth product is basically where 3 is not present. What about 5? 5 is present in 3 cases only, so doesn't work. 7 is present in 2 cases only, so doesn't work. What about 11 is present in 3, so won't work, and 13 is also present in exactly 1 case, so won't work. So what will work in case of Fatima is going to be 3. So Fatima would have awarded token number 3, and she would have awarded tokens to numbers 1, 2, 3 and 5. Who did not get a token from Fatima? So Fatima is Fatima's token is of value 3. Who did not get tokens from Fatima? It's Kahira. So Q will be nothing but 77, which is 7 into 11. So let's keep it for the time being. So this part has been taken care of. Adhara awarded tokens to no one except Pragya. Adhara awarded tokens to no one except Pragya. We need to have a unique value now. So we saw earlier that 2 was given to 3 people, so we are not concerned about that. 3 was given to multiple people. 5 has been given to multiple people. What about 7? Again has been given to 2 people. What about 11? Has been given to multiple people. So 13 is basically what we are looking at. So Adhara had her token value at 13, which was given to only one person, and that person was Pragya. So P will be the person who would have got 390,000 as the investment, right? So that is what we are looking at. Rashida received the highest number of tokens that anyone received. So how many tokens have been received by Pragya? 4. The second person has received 4, 3, 2 and 3. So we know for sure that Rashida received the highest number of tokens, meaning Rashida would have received 4 tokens. So Rashida would have received 2,10,000. That is what we know. But she did not receive one from Esther. So Rashida did not receive one from Esther. Rashida would not have received one from Adhara as well, because Adhara awarded her token only to Pragya. So A is not present, E is not present, meaning that Rashida would have received tokens from B, C and D, right? So A is not present, E is not present, B, C, D, F would have been the 4 people who would have awarded tokens to Rashida, R. So that has been taken care of. Bithi awarded a token to Smera but not to Kahira. So one of these 2 people is Smera and one person is Kahira, right? So that part we know. So Bithi awarded a token to Smera but not to Kahira, while Dhanvi awarded a token to Kahira but not to Smera. That part we know. Now let's see what all things are there that we could have taken care of here. So we know for sure that F3 is here, A13 is here, B, C, D are 2, 5 and 7 in some order. So we know that B, C and D are 2, 5 and 7 in some order. We know that D has awarded, Dhanvi has awarded a token to Kahira for sure. Now if Dhanvi has awarded token to Kahira, we know that out of 2, 5 and 7, whatever is present here would have been the value of Dhanvi. We know that 7 and 11 are the 2 parts into which Kahira's investment or Kahira's tokens have been split. So we can say for sure that D has to be equal to 7. So D will be equal to 7, that part we have taken care of. Now we don't know B and C whether they are 2 or 5. So what have we plotted here? We know that A is 13, we know that F is 3, we know that D is 7, we know that B and C are 2 and 5 in some order. Now what we don't know is the value of E, but there is only one number that we haven't used yet. So we know that 2 is taken by either B or C, 3 is taken by F for sure, 5 would be taken by B or C, the other person, so that we know for sure, 7 has been taken by D, 11 we don't know who has 11, and A is 13. So we can say for sure that Esther is the one who would have 11, right. So Esther would have been the one who would have 11 and Q has been taken care of now. Now we have two cases, two people who are left here. We know that Bithi awarded a token to Smera but not to Kahira. So Bithi would have awarded a token to Smera but did not award a token to Kahira. So who did not award tokens to Kahira? We can say that A, B, C and F are the 4 people who would not have awarded tokens to Kahira, that we know. We know that Bithi awarded a token to Smera. Now let's say Smera is this person, let's say for example. If Smera is the last one, then Bithi would have awarded a token to Smera but did not award a token to Kahira. So B can be either 2 or 5. If Bithi would have awarded a token to Smera, then Bithi had to be 2. Bithi had to be 2 if Bithi would have awarded a token to Smera, and Bithi has not awarded a token to Kahira, fair enough. What about the second part? Let's say Bithi is not 2 but Bithi is 5, because Bithi can either be 2 or 5. So if Bithi is 5, let's say for example, then Smera will become this person. So the third person becomes Smera. Smera would have received a token from Bithi which would have been worth 5, and the other token would have gone to basically the last person, T, Tantra, who would have been left, right. We also know that 11 belongs to E. So E11 is something that we have filled in these two cases as well. So what we don't know here is who has 5, what we don't know here is who has 2, and what we don't know here is who has 2 and who has 5. We also know that in this case there would have been B and C who would have both given tokens, one of them would be 2, one of them would be 5. So P has 2, 3, 5, 13 and have been awarded by A, B, C, F, all 4 of them. R would have been awarded tokens by F, B, C and D for sure. S and T would have been awarded by either F, E and someone or F, E and someone. So we are talking about F, E, B and F, E, C being those two combinations. Q we know for sure, 1 token by D, 1 token by E. So let's have a look at the finished table now that we have. So this is basically what the table looks like. As I said, BC would have awarded tokens to P and R for sure, and one of them would have awarded a token to S, the other person would have awarded a token to T. We don't know who is which one is who. Now let's have a look at the questions and see what the answers would be. So the first question here is, how many tokens did Kahira receive? So in this particular context, if you look at the table that we have drawn here, Q received 2 tokens, one 7 and one 11. So we know for sure that Kahira would have received 2 tokens. The correct answer to this question will be 2. In this question, we have to figure out who definitely received a token from BT but not from Dhanvi. So B should be present but D should not be present. So if you look at the table that we have drawn here, if you look at the combinations that we have, P received a token from B for sure. We don't know the denomination of the token, but we know that B has awarded a token to P for sure. Has P received a token from D? No. So we know for sure that P is our answer. The correct answer has to be option 4. Let's look at the other scenarios as well. In terms of R, B has given a token for sure, but D also has given a token. And in terms of S and T, we know that one of them has got a token from B, but we don't know which person has got a token from B. So the only person that we can be sure about, or who definitely received a token from B but not from D, has to be Pragya. So the correct answer here is going to be option 4, that is Pragya. In this question, how many tokens did Chaya award? So if you again look at the table that we have here, Chaya definitely awarded a token to P, Chaya definitely awarded a token to R. That much we know for sure. We also know that out of S and T, Chaya would have awarded exactly 1 token. So in total, Chaya would have awarded 3 tokens, and that will basically be the answer to this particular question. In this question, we have to figure out how many tokens did Smera receive. So if we look at the table that we have here, we don't know who received 1,65,000 and who received 66,000, but we know for sure that irrespective of whoever we are talking about, they have received 3 tokens. So each individual has received 3 tokens, and so we know for sure that Smera would have definitely received exactly 3 tokens. and the answer to this question will so be 3. In this question, we have to figure out which of the following could be the amount of funding that Tantra would have received. So if we look at the table that we have here, Tantra could have received 1,65,000 as her funding or 66,000 as her funding. And so the correct answer here can either be A or B. So both A and B could be the amount that would have been the funding that Tantra would have received. So the correct answer here has to be option 1, both A and B. In this question, we have to figure out natural numbers x, y, z, and there are a couple of equations that have been given to us. Now we know that x, y, z are natural numbers, and that makes our life much easier because they have to be 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. So they have to be one of this particular set that we have. So let's see what happens if you look at the first equation. You have xy plus yz equals 19. If you take y common, you are going to get y into x plus z equals 19. Now product of two numbers is 19 and y is a natural number. So y can either be 19 or y can be 1. Now if y is 19, then x plus z becomes 1. But x and z are both natural numbers. Now if you add two natural numbers, the minimum sum is going to be 2. So x plus z cannot be equal to 1, which basically tells us that y is definitely equal to 1. Or in other words, x plus z equals 19. So y equals 1 and x plus z equals 19. Now this will give us a lot of cases in terms of x and z. So we need to use the second equation to figure out which are the cases that we need to consider. So in the second case, we have yz plus xz, that is 51. But we know that y equals 1. So we can simplify this to get z plus xz equals 51 because y is 1. Now that tells us that z into 1 plus x will be 51 if I take z common. Now z is a natural number again. Now what all values can z take? Now z can be 1 because 1 into 51 gives us 51. Z cannot be 2 because 2 into something which is a natural number will not give us 51. 3 into something gives us 51. The next factor of 51 is 17. The next factor of 51 is 51 itself. So now we have narrowed it down to 4 cases. Now again you can think about it. If z is equal to 51, then 1 plus x will be equal to 1 or x will be equal to 0. But that doesn't work because x has to be a natural number and 0 is not a natural number. So we are left with these 3 cases. So let's see what happens. If y equals 1, z equals 1, then we will be able to find the value of x. If z equals 1, 1 into something should be 51. So 1 plus x should be 51 or x should be equal to 50. That is one solution set that we get. Let's say if z equals 3, y has to be equal to 1. If z equals 3, then 3 into something is 51. Something has to be 17. 1 plus x has to be 17. So x has to be 16 in this particular case. And if you look at the question, we have to find the minimum possible value of the product of x, y and z. So in the first case, the product is 50. In the second case, it's 1 into 3 into 16, that is 48. Let's look at the third case as well. Now z is 17 in this particular case, y is 1. 17 into something is 51. 17 into 3 is 51. 1 plus x is 3. So x has to be equal to 2. Now the product of 117 and 2 is 34. Now we had only these 3 cases to play with when it came to z. Y is already fixed. X is dependent on y and z because of the equations. So we can say that our answer has to be one of these 3. We have to find the minimum possible value of x into y into z, and in this case that number is 34. So the answer to this particular question will be 34. Now in this question you have to find the set S wherein f of m is less than 0. Now a lot of people look at this as a functions question and they look at it as a theoretical question because there are no numbers to play with, right? You just have to look at scenarios and figure out which of the following statements holds true, right? And that becomes a bit difficult. Now, but in this context, if you know how exactly the graph of this function, a quadratic function, looks like when there are no real solutions, then that makes your life a lot easier. So just to give you some context, when b square is less than 4ac, it basically means that we will have all imaginary solutions or complex roots or complex numbers, complex solutions to this particular function, right? Now, whenever you have complex roots to a particular equation, what does it mean? It basically means that this quadratic equation is not going to intersect the x-axis at all. So, if you have, let's say, this as an xy plane, if you have a quadratic equation that looks like this, it basically tells you that there are two real roots that are present because it cuts the x-axis at two different points. If it is tangential to the x-axis, then we know that there will be exactly one root, and that will be a common root that will be present. This will happen when b square equals 4ac. When b square is less than 4ac, what is going to happen is you will have a solution set which looks like this. It does not intersect the x-axis at all, meaning there are no real roots to this particular equation, right? So, this is what we mean when we say b square is less than 4ac. Now, one more thing you have to understand, and this is a very nice trap that has been set into this question. A lot of us only imagine these particular scenarios as I have drawn here. But this is basically when you have a quadratic equation ax square plus bx plus c, or an expression ax square plus bx plus c, where a is greater than 0. What if a is less than 0? If a is less than 0, then you will have a reflection of this, right? So, in this particular case, there will be two scenarios that will be present. When a is greater than 0, you will have a U-shaped curve which will be above the x-axis, meaning it will not intersect the x-axis at all, right? So, in that case, what you are going to get is we need to find all integers such that f of m is less than 0, right? So, the set S must necessarily be what? And that is basically the context that you have. So, fx in this particular case or f of m in this particular case gives us all imaginary roots, right? So, for what all cases is f of m going to be less than 0? So, f of m is going to be less than 0 in this particular case for nothing, right? There will be no value for which f of m will be less than 0. Why? Because it does not go below the x-axis at all. So, whatever values you put, you are going to get a positive solution, right? So, in this case, we are going to say that there are no values of m for which f of m will be less than 0, right? So, if you look at the options, there will be an empty set that could exist. At the same point in time, if I am looking at this particular case, then it will be true for all integers because it will never go above the x-axis. So, because this curve is always going to stay below the x-axis and it goes on till infinity, we know that it will comprise of all possible integers that exist, right? So, the empty set is also possible, all set of integers is also possible. Now, we are not saying all positive integers because it can go this way as well and it can give you negative integers as well in the second case. So, the answer has to be option 4. It will either be an empty set which is above the x-axis or the set of all integers which will be below the x-axis. So, it was a very nice trap that was set into this particular question, and you had to remember these two cases wherein a would be greater than 0 above the x-axis, a less than 0 completely below the x-axis.
In this question, we have to figure out the largest real value of a for which the equation mod of x plus a plus mod of x minus 1 equals 2 has an infinite number of solutions for x. Now, whenever we get these kind of questions, we have to understand that mod of x plus a and mod of x minus 1 essentially mean that there are two people, let's say. So, if there are two people, one of whom is at this point, let's say minus a, and one of whom is at this point, let's say 1. Then what is the cumulative distance that these two people need to travel to meet? Now, it might not be the optimum solution. It might not mean that they will meet in the middle. They can meet at 2, they can meet at 4, they can meet at minus 3, they can meet at minus 10, they can meet at whichever point they want. But the cumulative distance that would be covered by this person who is present at minus a and this person that is present at 1 will be added to give us this number. So in this case, this 2 needs to have an infinite number of solutions. Now, for those of you who know this concept and they know that these infinite solutions will exist only when they are separated by exactly 2 units, we'll be able to crack this quickly. But if you are not aware of this concept, let's say we assume that the value of minus a or the value of a is 0. Let's plug in the first option and see what happens. So if I just plug in the first option, let's say one person is present at 0, one person is present at 1. Now, cumulatively, I want these two people to travel 2 units. So when will this happen? Let's say, for example, they decide to meet at this point 1.1. Now in this case, what will happen is this person who is at 0 will have to cover 1.5 units. And this person who is at 1 will have to cover 0.5 units. So together they would have covered 2 units. Now that is one solution that exists. Similarly, if these two people decide to meet at this point minus 0.5, then again they would have traveled exactly 2 units cumulative. But the problem is there are exactly 2 solutions that will exist in this particular case. And so it will not have an infinite number of solutions. With a bit of trial and error and practice, you will realize that there will be an infinite number of solutions if these two people are separated by exactly 2 points. So in this case, let's say one person is present at 1 purely because x minus 1 is one term. The other person will have to be separated by 2 units. So when will the other person be separated by 2 units? The other person will be separated by 2 units wherein you will have minus 1, that will be the case. So if one person is present at 1, the other person is present at minus 1, then wherever these people decide to meet, there will basically be an infinite number of solutions that will exist. So for example, if they decide to meet here at say 0, then both these people will have to travel 1 unit each. Let's say these people decide to meet at this point, 0.7, let's say for example. Then the person who is present at 1 will have to travel 0.3 units, and the person who is at minus 1 will have to travel 1.7 units. And then they will be able to meet at this point 0.7, having covered 2 units cumulatively. So there is one solution that exists when minus a is equal to minus 1. So when minus a is equal to minus 1, or when a is equal to 1, there will be one solution to this particular, or there will be infinite number of solutions to this particular equation. So that is one case that will satisfy. There could be another scenario as well. So let's say for example, one person is present at 1, the other person is present at 3. Even then there will be an infinite number of solutions if cumulatively these two people have to cover 2 units. But then the problem is, if minus a is equal to 3 in this particular case, then a will be equal to minus 3. And when a is equal to minus 3, again we will have an infinite number of solutions for x. But the question asks us, what is the largest real value of a? So of 1 and minus 3, the larger value is obviously 1, and that is why our answer is going to be a equals 1, or option 4 for this particular question.
Now this is a rather simple question if you look at it. So let ABCD be a parallelogram such that the coordinates of its 3 vertices have been given to you. You just have to figure out what are the coordinates of the 4th vertex, and something similar has appeared earlier as well. So the comfort level with this question should have been high. Now if you look at the parallelogram or any parallelogram, you will be able to see that, let's say this parallelogram ABCD exists. You will know that the diagonals of a parallelogram will bisect each other, meaning that AC and BD, let's say they meet at this point E, then AE will be equal to CE and DE will be equal to BE. So that is something that will exist for all parallelograms. Diagonals will bisect each other. Now if the diagonals bisect each other, we know that the midpoint of AC will be the same as the midpoint of BD, right? So the coordinate x of A plus coordinate x of C divided by 2 will be the same as the x coordinate of B plus the x coordinate of D divided by 2. Now if you don't want to get into divided by 2, it's perfectly okay. X coordinate of A plus x coordinate of C should be equal to x coordinate of B plus x coordinate of D. So A x coordinate is 1, the x coordinate of C is minus 2. So 1 plus minus 2 should be the same as 3 plus the x coordinate of D. So I am just writing it as xd just for simplicity. You need not even have calculated this. You could have just looked at the options and could have figured it out. So 1 minus 2, that is minus 1, equals 3 plus xd, or in other words xd will be equal to minus 4. So we know that the x coordinate of D has to be minus 4. Now if you look at the options that we have, there is only one option that satisfies this particular condition, and so the answer is option 1. You can also check for y coordinates and be certain that whatever you have marked is right. So in terms of y coordinates, 1 plus 8, y coordinate of A plus y coordinate of C will be the same as y coordinate of B plus the y coordinate of D. So 9 minus 4, the y coordinate of D will be 5, which is consistent with the option that we have here, and so the correct answer to this question is option 1, that is minus 4, 5. Now this is a rather interesting question purely because it is from geometry, and if you had taken that leap of faith, you would have reached the answer very quickly. So in this particular case, we have a trapezium ABCD such that AD is parallel to BC. So it's a normal trapezium, BC is one side and AD is another side that is parallel to BC. And BAD is 90. That basically tells us that one of the non-parallel sides is perpendicular to the two parallel sides, and that is basically the beauty of the question. We know that BC is 3 centimeters, AD is 8, and because these are parallel, we know that AD is the longer side. So we can say that AD is 8, right? So let's say AD is the longer side, which is 8 units. BC has to be parallel to AD and BAD is 90, meaning that B will be directly above A because this is 90 degrees and BC is parallel to AD and BC is 3 centimeters, so it will be shorter than AD. We can join C and D and complete the trapezium. Now we have to find the area of this particular trapezium. And we have also been given that the perimeter of the trapezium is 36 centimeters. Now, if you just draw a perpendicular, let's say CE to the side AD, we can say that because this is 3 and this is essentially a rectangle, this part will also be 3, ergo DE will be equal to 5. Now, you see a right angle triangle, you see a question which is theta in nature, there has to be an integral solution. You are basically looking at a nice triangle which is also a Pythagorean triplet with one side as 5, and that 5 is not the hypotenuse. So the first thing that should come to your mind is 5, 12, 13, and as soon as you figure out it's 5, 12, 13, you can simply figure out whether the perimeter matches or not, and if it does, your job is done. So let's assume and go, and I will show you the technical way as well later. But if I assume this as 12, if I assume this as 13, then this side also becomes 12 because BA is parallel to CE and it has formed a nice rectangle as we saw earlier. Now the perimeter is 12 plus 3, 15 plus 13, 28 plus 8, 36. So it works, and that is basically what will lead us to the area as well. Area of a trapezium is half into sum of the parallel sides into height. So half into 3 plus 8, that is 11. So half into 11 into 12, which will be the height of the trapezium. So half into 11 into 12 will be 11 into 6, or the answer is 66 square centimeter. Now if you want to solve it in a technical manner, you can do that as well. So let's assume for a moment that CE is X and CD is Y. So that tells us that BA will also be X, that is what we know. Now we know that 5 square, that is 25, plus X square will be equal to Y square, because CED is a right angled triangle, and we also know that AB plus BC plus CD plus DA is equal to 36 because the perimeter is 36. So we know for sure that X plus 3 plus Y plus 8 is 36, or X plus Y plus 11 is 36, or we know that X plus Y is nothing but 25. So we know 25 plus X square is Y square and X plus Y is 25. Two equations, two variables, you should be able to figure it out. Now let's see what happens here. So Y square minus X square is 25. You can say that Y minus X into Y plus X is 25, but Y plus X is already 25. So we can say that Y minus X is 1. So I already knew that X plus Y was 25. I know that Y minus X is 1. Now you have two linear equations, two variables, fairly straightforward. If you add these two equations, you are going to eliminate X and minus X, and so you will be left with 2Y equals 26 or Y equals 30. So we have already figured out that this side is 13. We know that Y minus X is 1, so X has to be 12, and again we go in the same manner. We will be able to say that the area of this parallelogram is half into the sum of parallel sides into height, which will be half into 3 plus 8 into 12, which will give us 11 into 6, that is 66. In this question, Alex has invested his savings in two parts, and both of them talk about simple interest. So the simple interest earned on the first part at 15% per annum for 4 years, that is what has been told to us, is the same as the SI that would have been earned on the second part at 12% per annum for 3 years, right? So 15% per annum for 4 years will effectively be 60% of the invested amount, because 15% into 4 will give you 60%, right? So P into 60% will basically be the SI. So we can say that, let's say the first principal is denoted by P1. So we can say that 15 into 4, that is 60% of P1 is the same as the simple interest earned at 12% per annum for 3 years. So 12 into 3 will be 36% of the second amount that, or second principal that would have been invested. So let's call it P2. So 60% of P1 is 36% of P2. That's what we have. Now if you simplify these two, you are going to get P1 by P2 will be 36 by 60. So 12 3s are 36 divided by 12 5s are 60, 3 by 5 in its simplest form. The question that is asked here is the percentage of his savings invested in the first part. They are not talking about P1 as a percentage of P2. No, they are talking about P1 as a percentage of P1 plus P2, right? So total savings is what we are talking about. So percentage of his savings invested in the first part. So 3 units was invested in part 1, or 3 units were invested in part 1, and the total number of units that were invested across these two instruments were 3 plus 5, that is 8. So 3/8 of the total amount would have been invested in part 1. And now if you know your reciprocals, 3 by 8 is nothing but 37.5%, and so that should be your answer. You can also calculate it, 3/8 of 100 percentage. You can say it's 300 by 8, 8 3s are 24, 8 7s are 56, 40, 8 5s are 40, you will get 37.5%. So you will be able to get the answer as 37.5%. Now this is a slightly difficult question, or a slightly calculation intensive question. If you love your numbers, you will be able to solve it very quickly and properly and correctly. But if you are struggling with numbers, there is too much of data that is present here, and again you are expected to give your answer as a theta, right? So that is basically what makes this question slightly difficult, but then again there is a workaround that, right? So we have Amal here who gets, or who buys 110 kg of syrup. So let's say we are talking about syrup, we are talking about juice. So 110 kg is what the amount of syrup that has been purchased by Amal, and 120 kg of juice. So 120 will be written under juice. Syrup is 20% less costly than juice. Now you can take 10x, 100x, 1000x, whatever you can do. I just took x here. So syrup is 20% less costly than juice, meaning that syrup is 80% of juice, you can say, or you can say syrup is 0.8x, right? Now he sells 10 kg of syrup at 10% profit, right? So this is basically what we have. So some part of syrup he has sold at 10% profit, some part of juice he has sold at 20% profit. The remaining juice and syrup then get combined, and he sells the mixture at a rate of 308.32 rupees per kg, right? So we are not talking about allegation kind of questions here, we are talking about proper numbers in the second case. The overall profit is of 64% on the base that at which he had purchased, right? So we will need the cost price at some point in time. So let's figure out what was the amount that was invested by Amal in buying these things. So we can say that the CP for syrup is 110 into 0.8x, or you can say 88x. The cost price in terms of juice is 120x. So together you can say that 120 plus 88, you can say it's 208x. That is the total cost price, right? And this will be useful purely because when you are going to calculate 64% of cost price, 64% of 208 is what we are going to go for. Now here what is happening is, in the first case he sells 10 kg of syrup at 10% profit. So what is the selling price in the first event? The selling price per unit or per kg is 10% greater than the cost price, because there is 10% profit here. So the selling price for the first batch is 0.88x. The selling price for the first batch of juice per kg is at 20% profit. So if x was the cost price, the selling price for the first part is going to be 1.2x. How much quantity has been sold in the first go? So 10 kg of syrup and 20 kg of juice have been sold in the first part. So the total selling price 1 here, this is SP1 per unit. The total selling price in the first occasion will be 0.88 into 10, or 8.8x, and 1.2 into 20, that is 24x, right? So 8.8x plus 24x, you can say it's 32.8x. That is the selling price in the first case. Similarly, if you look at the selling price in the second case, 10 kg of syrup has gone away, so 100 kg of syrup remains. 20 kg of juice has gone away, so 100 kg of juice remains. And he is mixing that entire thing and selling it at a rate of 308.32 rupees per kg. How many kg? 100 syrup, 100 juice, so 200 kg. So selling price of the second part is going to be 308.32 multiplied by 200. That is the total selling price. Now we know that the total selling price is 1.64 times the cost price. So if you look at the total selling price, you can say that 32.8x, the first selling price that we had got, plus 308.32 into 200, the second bit of selling price that we had, is equal to 1.64 times 208x is what we can say, right? Now if you just look at these two x's, and here you need to have a sense of numbers, 1.64, 32.8, 164, 328, 328 is twice of 164. If that bit strikes you, then you are going to solve this in a very easy manner. If that doesn't happen, then you are going to be in some trouble. So in this case, what we are going to do is we are going to club the two terms that have x's in them together, and then we will try to cancel out some factors as we can. So in this particular context, we are saying that 32.8x and 1.64 into 208x we will take to one side. Now what we can do in that case is 1.64x is something that I can take out in common. Now 1.64 into what is 32.8? 164 into 2 is 328, that part is established. So 1.64 into 2 will be 3.28. So into 2 is 3.28, I want to go to 32.8. So I'll have to multiply it by 10, and so I'm talking about a 20 here. Minus, I am getting 1.64 into 208x, right? So 1.64x into 20 is what we had here in this particular context. If this goes to the left, then 308.32 into 200 becomes negative. So what we can do in this particular context is 32.x goes to the right side. So 1.64x is what we have here. We had 208 that was present here, minus, as we saw, 32.8x divided by 1.64x gives us 20. So 208 minus 20 is what we have here, and the right hand side will be nothing but 30832 multiplied by 2. I have just taken those two zeros and removed the two decimals that were there. So now we get 1.64x multiplied by 208 minus 20 is 188. This will be equal to 30832 into 2. That is what we are going to get. Now again, if you are fairly good with numbers, you can cancel out 188, 30832. During the test, you also had the luxury of using the on-screen calculator and making your life easier. So that was something that a lot of people would have gone for. So let's try to cancel out terms, and let's assume that we do not have the luxury of an on-screen calculator and see where this goes. So 188 is what we have here. Let's cancel out a 4. So 4 4s are 16, 28, 4 7s are 28. And if I cancel out a 2 from here, because a 2 is already cancelled here, I'll get 2 1s are 2, 2 5s are 10, 2 4s are 8, 2 1s are 2, 2 6s are 12. So I'm going to get 15416, that will be here, right? So 1.64x into 47 is 15416. Now if you know the table for 47, it's a bonus for you because you will be able to get the answer very quickly. So let's assume that we know how to divide 15416 by 47. So 47 into 2 is 94, 47 3s are 141. So I am left with 13, 131. Now 131 is what I have left here. Again 47 divided, or 131 divided by 47. So 47 2s are 94, 31 plus 6, 37. So I am left with a 376 here. Now 47 into what gives me 376? Again, if you trust the people to give you good numbers here, because it is a theta question, the answer has to be an integer. You have to take that leap of faith and believe that 376 is divisible by 47, and it is, right? So if you look at 47 into 8, 4 8s are 32, 320, 7 8s are 56. So 320 plus 56 gives you 376, and we will be able to say that 328 is basically what remains. Now 1.64x, 328, we again came back to the same thing, right? 164, 2s are 328. So 1.64 into 2 is 3.28, into 20 is 32.8, into 200 is 328. So we will be able to get the answer for x as 200. Now what have we been asked? We have been asked the cost price for syrup. X is the cost price for juice, which is 200. The cost price for syrup is 0.8x. So 0.8 into 200 will be 8 into 20 or 160. So the cost price for syrup in rupees per kg, again very important, is 160 rupees. If they would have asked the cost price for syrup entirely, you would have to do 160 into 110, right? But that has not been asked. It has been asked in terms of per kg. So 160 is basically the answer to this particular question. Now this was a rather interesting question because a lot of people might have gotten sort of disillusioned by that 3 raised to k, 4 raised to k, 5 raised to k and so on, but it's a fairly straightforward question, right? So in these kind of questions, whenever you have been asked which of these number divides or what is the remainder when something is divided by something, right, you can take values and figure out if there is some element that is common. So we have been talking about, let a be the largest positive integer that divides all the numbers in the form of 3 raised to k plus 4 raised to k plus 5 raised to k, and k in this case is a positive integer, very important, k is a positive integer. So which is the smallest positive integer that we know of? 1. So in the first case we are saying 3 raised to k plus 4 raised to k plus 5 raised to k. When k equals 1, what will be the value of this? 3 plus 4 plus 5, that is 12. So we know that a should divide 12. What all numbers divide 12? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 12. 6 numbers that divide 12. Not the answer that we are looking for, right? What if k equals 2? 3 square plus 4 square plus 5 square, right? So if you know your Pythagorean triplets, you know that 3 square plus 4 square is already 5 square. So 5 square plus 5 square gives you 25 plus 25 or 50. Now I need a number a that divides 12 and 50. And it should be the largest possible positive integer that we have, right? So what is the largest integer that divides 12 and 50? HCF of 12 and 50. Now HCF of 12 and 50 is 2 because they don't share any other factor except 2, or 1 and 2 are the only two factors that are shared by 12 and 50. So HCF is 2. Now we have reached a point in time wherein we know that 2 is basically the only thing that is common, or the largest thing that is common to 12 and 50. Now I just have to figure out whether any number in the form of 3 raised to k plus 4 raised to k plus 5 raised to k, where k is an integer, will be divisible by 2 or not. And if that is the case, definitely 2 has to be the first part of our solution. Now think about it, 3 raised to k, right? 3 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 3, any number of times is going to give you an odd number, right? Because there is no element of 2 that is present. Similarly, 4 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 4, any number of times is going to give you an even number. 5 into 5 into 5 into 5 is again going to give you an odd number. The sum of an odd number and an even number and an odd number is always going to be an even number, which means that 3 raised to k plus 4 raised to k plus 5 raised to k is always going to be divisible by 2. So we can say that a in this case is 2. The largest integer, positive integer that divides 3 raised to k plus 4 raised to k plus 5 raised to k has to be 2. What about the second part? The second part is b, which is the largest positive integer that divides all the numbers in the form of 4 raised to k plus 3 into 4 raised to k plus 4 raised to k plus 2. Now if you look at it, 4 raised to k is common to each and every expression of this particular expression that has been given to us, each and every term of this particular expression. So let's take 4 raised to k common. 1 is basically the remaining part of the first term, 3 is the remaining part of the second term, and 4 square, because 4 raised to k plus 2 is nothing but 4 raised to k into 4 square. So 16. So we will get 20 times 4 raised to k. Now k is a positive integer, meaning k has to be at least equal to 1. So the numbers that will be in this form will be 20 into 4, 20 into 4 into 4, 20 into 4 into 4 into 4 and so on. So with each advancement in k by 1, the value will be nothing but previous term into 4. So what is the largest number that divides each and every term? 20 into 4 or 80. So we can say that the value of b is 80. Value of a is 2, value of b is 80, a plus b will be nothing but 2 plus 80, that is 82, which is also the answer to this particular question. Now this was a rather difficult question and perhaps the most difficult question of this particular slot. So in this case, Ankita buys 4 kg cashews, 14 kg peanuts and 6 kg almonds, right? So let's write the quantity first. So cashews, peanuts, almonds. So 4 kg cashews, I'll write quantity here, 14 kg peanuts and 6 kg almonds. Now she is buying it at some cost price. What is the cost price? It has not been given to us directly. We have been told that the cost of 7 kg of cashews. So when C quantity of cashews are purchased, or C is the cost price of each kg of cashews, let's say, then 7C will be the total amount spent on 7 kg cashews. Will be the same as 30 kg peanuts. Let P be the price per unit of 1 kg of peanuts or price per unit of peanuts. 30 kg into P will be the cost that would have been incurred in purchasing 30 kg of peanuts. Similarly, 9 almonds. So 9A will be the total cost price, A being the cost per kg of almond, right? So this is basically what is consistent. Now she mixes all the 3 nuts and marks a price for the mixture in order to make a profit of 1752. Now that is a really odd number to look at. So let's see what happens in this case. Then what she does is she sells 4 kg of this mixture at this mark price. So till here everything is going fine, and the remaining at a 20% discount on the marked price, thus making a total profit of 744 rupees, right? We have to figure out how much money did she spend on buying almonds. Now in this particular context, 7C plus 30P, 7C equals 30P equals 9A should be equal to some number which is a multiple of 7, 30 and 9. The smallest such number that I can think of here is 630. And in this context, we can say that the cost price per unit of cashews will be 630 by 7C, or you can say 630x, let's say for example. So 90x. 30P is equal to 630x. So we can say that P is nothing but 21x. Cost per unit for peanuts is 21x. Similarly, in terms of almonds, 9A equals 630. So almonds will be 70x. Now the question asks you the amount in rupees that she had spent in buying almonds. The amount that she had spent in buying almonds is 70x. So basically, or 70x into 6 is basically what we are looking for. So 420x has to be our answer. Now again, a leap of faith that you can take in this particular context, or say that, okay, we are trying to purchase something at 70x, it has to be a multiple of 6, it has to be a multiple of 7, that kind of a thing. If you look at the options, you have 1680 and 2520 as the only viable options. So at this point in time, if you have nothing better to do in life, this is the only thing that you are talking about. You have reduced the chances of getting it, or you have increased the chances of getting it right to 50-50, or reduced the chances of getting it wrong to 50-50, right? So this is basically what we can go for. But again, you will have a lot of time to solve these questions if you would have done the other questions efficiently. So let's go ahead and see what exactly happens, right? So in this case, we have been told that she marks a price for the mixture to make a profit of 1752. Now let's say again, I come up with a different variable. Let's say she marks it at K rupees per kg, right? This is the marked price per unit. So what is the marked price for this entire quantity? 4 plus 14 plus 6, that is 24 kg. 24K is basically the marked price. What was the cost price? 90x, 21x, 70x per unit. So the total cost price would be 360x. 21 into 14 will be 280 plus 14, that is 294x, and 70 into 6 will be 420x. Adding all three of them, so 360 plus 300, let's say 660 plus 420, 680 plus 400, 1080 minus 6 is 1074. So 24K minus 1074x would have been equal to 1752, because that is the profit that is being made if the mark price is set at some value. She sells 4 kg of this mixture at this marked price, right? So 4 kg of this mixture is at marked price. Marked price was K rupees per kg. So 4 kg would be 4K, right? And the remaining at a 20% discount on the mark price. So remaining is 20 into 0.8K, because K is the mark price, 20% discount will give 0.8K as the mark price. Now this basically, when subtracted from the cost price, gives us a profit of 744. Now by using these two equations, we can eliminate X entirely, we can simply figure out K. So if I subtract the second equation from the first equation, 24 minus 4 plus 20 into 0.8, that is 16. So 24 minus 20 will be nothing but 4K equals 1752 minus 744, which will be 1008, right? So 744 goes away from 752, you are left with an 8, 1008. So that tells us that K is nothing but 4 2s are 8, 20, 4 5s are 20 and 4 2s are 8. So the mark price at which she sold the mixture would be 252 rupees per kg. We have to find the amount that she had spent on buying almonds, which is 420x. I need to find the value of x. I found the value of K. Life becomes much easier now because we have two equations that have been given to us in the form of sum K into sum x. The only problem is 1074 times x, but we can deal with that as well. Again, you have to take a leap of faith. You know that the answer is going to be either 4 or 6 because 1680, 2520 are the two numbers that we are targeting, but it's okay to not know that as well. So in this case, 24 into 252, I have plug it in the first equation, minus 1074x will be 1752. You can do it in the second one as well, it's not a problem at all. Whichever way you like, you can do it. Now we will get 1074x equals 24 into 252 minus 1752, right? Now we just need to figure out whether 1752 is divisible by 24 or not. So you have to just figure out whether it is divisible by 3 and 8. So 7 plus 5 12 plus 2 14 plus 1 15, definitely divisible by 3. 752 by 8, 8 9s are 72, 32 is left, 8 4s are 32, definitely divisible by 8 as well. 1074 in this context, if you look at it, again 7 plus 4 11 plus 1 12, divisible by 3 for sure. 074 is not divisible by 8, right? So that might make it slightly painful. But then again, we need to find 420x, so we can just stay put and see what happens to the other part of things. So 1074x in this context will be 24 multiplied by what? 252 as it is, minus 24 7s are 168 and we are left with 72, so 24 3s are 72. So we now have 1074x equals 24 into 252 minus 73, which is 179, right? Now 1074, 179, 24. Now we already figured out that 1074 is not divisible by 24. Now can you make something out of 179 and 1074? Again, 9, some number that ends in 9 needs to be multiplied by something to make it end in a 4, right? 179 into what ends in a 4? That is one question that you can ask yourself. Into 6 will basically be the answer. So what is 179 into 6? 17 6s are 102. So 1020 plus 9 6s are 54. So 1020 plus 54 gives you 1074. So 179 into 6 is 1074x. 6x is 24. So x becomes 4 in this particular context. What is the amount that she had spent in buying almonds? 420x. 420 into 4 will be nothing but 1680 rupees. So the correct answer here is option 1, that is 1680. Yes, it was a difficult question. There is a lot of calculation involved, lot of numbers that are there. But if you are comfortable with numbers, you will be able to answer this question properly without hesitating for even a moment. In this question, we have been giving an expression that talks about the sum of the first n numbers of an arithmetic progression. We have to find the nth term such that it is divisible by 9, and we have to find the smallest such value of n. So it's a fairly straightforward question. We know that sum of first n terms is given by n plus 2n square. So if I want to find the sum of the first 1 terms or just the first term, it will be nothing but 1 plus 2 into 1 square, which is 2, that is 3. So I can say that the first term of this AP is 3. Similarly, if I look at the sum of the first 2 terms, it will be 2 plus 2 into 2 square. So 2 plus 2 into 4 or 2 plus 8, that is 10. Now if the sum of the first 2 terms is 10 and the first term is 3, the second term automatically becomes 7. Now we know that this is an AP, we have found the first 2 terms, we can easily find the rest of the AP as well. So T1 is 3, T2 is 7, the common difference is 4, T3 becomes 11, T4 becomes 15, T5 becomes 19, T6 becomes 23, T7 becomes 27. We need the smallest possible value of n for which the nth term is divisible by 9. So the smallest possible value of n for which the nth term is divisible by 9 is 7, wherein the term is 27. So the correct answer here is option 2, that is 7. In this question, we have been given an inequality wherein a is greater than or equal to 0, x is greater than or equal to a, but x is less than or equal to 100. And we have been given this modular flow of mod of x minus a plus mod of x minus 100 plus mod of x minus a minus 50, which is cumulatively equal to f of x. In other words, if we are looking at it in this particular context, there is one limit that we have here at 0. So there are 3 people that need to meet at one point, right? And that point can't go beyond 0 to the left. There is another limit that is present here, 100. These 3 people want to meet each other, but they cannot meet at a point beyond 100. And that is basically one way of interpreting these questions, right? Now, these 3 people are present at these 3 points. What are these 3 points? One is present at a itself, one is present at a plus 50, and one is present at 100. Now, we have to figure out when does the maximum value of f of x becomes 100. Now, when we say maximum value of f of x becoming 100, it basically means that if they meet at one extreme, then they would have to cover 100. And if they meet at the other extreme, even then they would have to cover 100. Now, that is basically going to happen when one person is present bang in the middle, right? And that is basically what is going to help us solve this particular question, right? So, we can look at the options and we can figure out what will happen when a equals 50, a equals 25, 100 and 0. Let's say a equals 50 in this particular context. Now, when a equals 50, we are saying that there are these 3 people who are present. A is 50, x minus 100 is as it is, and x minus a minus 50 or x minus 50 minus 50, which means x 100. So, these 2 people are present here, right? Now, these 2 people are present here. This person is present at 50 itself. We also know that x has to be greater than or equal to a. So, x has to be greater than or equal to 50, right? And so, that basically means that they want to meet in between these 2 points. So, x greater than or equal to a, x greater than or equal to 50, but x has to be less than or equal to 100. The meeting point has to be between these 2 points. Now, what will happen? Let's say they plan to meet at 60. So, the person on the left will have to cover 10 units, the person on the right will have to cover 40 units, and the third person will also have to cover 40 units. So, 10 plus 40 is 90 units. If you take 60 or 70 rather, 20 plus 30 plus 30. So, you will have 30 plus 30, that is 60, plus 20, that is 80. So, that is going to happen. Let's say for example that we are talking about 75. One person will go 25 units, one person will go 25 units from the right, another person will go 25 units from the right. So, total of 75. When will maximum amount of effort will be required? When 2 people have to travel to this one person's house. So, someone who is present at 100, that person has to go to 50. So, one person is traveling 50 units. The second person is also traveling 50 units. So, the maximum effort will be when both these people have to go to the leftmost point or have to go to 50. So, they will have to cover 50 each. So, the maximum possible distance that will need to be covered will be 100. So, 50 is the correct answer if you look at it from this context, right? Similarly, let's say we are looking at a equal to 25 as well, and then you will be able to figure out for the other 2 things as well. So, let's say a equals 25. So, we have one person at 25, one person at 75 and one person at 100, right? Now, because a is 25, there is a limit in terms of x as well. So, x has to be greater than 25, but x has to be greater than or equal to 25 rather, but x has to be less than or equal to 100. Now, in this particular context, again as we saw, when will the maximum amount of effort be spent? When this 75 comes to 25 and this 100 also comes to 25, because 25 and 75 the gap is 50, it's the larger gap that we have. So, this person will spend 50 going from 75 to 25, the other person will spend 75 units going from 100 to 25. So, cumulatively they are spending 125 units, but the maximum distance that needed to be covered was 100. So, this is not our answer. Similarly, if I say a equals 100, then x automatically becomes 100, which basically means that there are 3 people. So, a is 100, x is 100 again. So, x and a are, x is 100, a is 100. So, we have one limit a that is present, a plus 50, that is 150. and another person at 100. So there are two people here at 100 and there is one person here at 150. But what is the limit in terms of x? X cannot go beyond 100. So the only point where these people will be able to meet is at 100, and that will happen when one person is covering 50 units. That is the only solution. So in this case as well, we will not have the maximum value equal to 100. Similarly, if a is equal to 0, x can take whatever value. So now we will have a equals 0, a plus 50 equals 50 and 100 as it is. And we know that a is greater than or a is 0, so x has to be greater than or equal to 0 and x has to be less than or equal to 100. Now if you again look at the extremes, either extreme is fine because 50 is between these two. Let's say all three of them decide to meet at this point. One person will have to travel 50, another person will have to travel 100, together they will have to travel 150. But the maximum that needs to be travelled is again 100, so this is not our answer. The correct answer to this question is option 1, that is 50. A difficult question to explain, but once you know it intuitively, it becomes very easy for you to understand. The gap is 50, two people have to cover that gap, cumulatively they would have covered 100. So it's as simple as that if you start thinking in terms of distances when it comes to these kind of modular questions. This is a rather straightforward question. So there is a mixture that contains lemon juice and sugar syrup in equal proportion, which means that they have it in the ratio of 1:1. Now there is a new mixture that has been created, and this has been created by adding the initial mixture to sugar syrup. Sugar syrup basically means 100% sugar, and the ratio is 1:3. You have to find out the ratio of lemon juice and sugar in the new mixture. Extremely straightforward question, right? And why is it extremely straightforward? I have 1 parts of the first mixture, I have 3 parts of the second mixture. Now 1 part of the first mixture will have 0.5 lemon juice and 0.5 sugar syrup. 3 parts of the second mixture will have 3 parts of sugar syrup. So cumulatively, if you are looking at it, how much lemon juice do you have? 0.5 parts. How much sugar syrup do you have? 0.5 plus 3, that is 3.5 units is what you have. What is the ratio of lemon juice to sugar syrup? 5/35 or 1/7. So the correct answer here is option 3, that is 1:7. In this question, all the vertices of a rectangle lie on a circle of radius r, right? So there is a circle and all the vertices of the rectangle lie on this circle of radius r. We know that the perimeter of the rectangle is P, we have to find the area of the rectangle. Now one simple way of doing it is, if it is consistent for all rectangles, it is also consistent for squares. So what we can do in this particular context is, let's say we have a circle here, let's say we have a square that is inscribed inside the circle. Now just for the sake of simplicity, you can say that let the length of the side of the square be 2 units. So what happens to the diagonal of the square? The diagonal of the square will be 2√2 because it's a 45, 45, 90 triangle. Now the diagonal is 2√2, that tells us that the radius is √2. So we know that the radius is √2. We know that the perimeter is 2 4s are 8. We also know that the area is 2 square, that is 4. Now you can just plug in these values in the options and see what happens. So P is 8. So for the first option, 8 square, that is 64, divided by 2 is 32, minus 2 into P into R. So 2 8s are 16√2. Now you are going to get an answer which is not exactly 4. So I can discard my first option. My second option is P square by 8. So 64 by 8, that is 8, minus 2 times R square. 2 times √2 square, or 2 into 2, that is 4. So 8 minus 4 will give us 4, which is consistent with the number that we have got here. So we will keep it for the time being. Third option is P square by 16. So 8 square, 64 by 16, that is 4, minus R square, which is √2 square, that is 2. My answer is 2, which is not the case. My area is not 2, it is 4. Fourth option, P square by 8. So 8 square by 8, 64 by 8 will give me 8, minus R square by 2. √2 square, that is 2, divided by 2 is 1. 8 minus 1 gives me 7. Again not my answer. So my answer here is option 2, P square by 8 minus 2R square. Straightforward question. So during the test, you can use values and solve this particular question. Let's say you are a purist and you want to solve it in the conventional way. There is also a way of solving this particular question on the basis of a proper geometric solution. So let's say we have a rectangle here. The length of the rectangle is L, the breadth of the rectangle is B, and this is basically the diameter, which also doubles up as the diagonal of that particular rectangle. Now we know that the perimeter of that rectangle is P. So we know that P is nothing but twice of L plus B. We also know that in this particular context, L square plus B square will be nothing but 2R the whole square or 4R square, because this is the diameter, R plus R, 2R will be the diagonal, right. So now we have P equals 2L plus 2B and we have L square plus B square is 4R square. We need to figure out what is the area of the rectangle. In this case it is LB. So I need to find LB in terms of P and R. So that is basically what we are looking for, fairly straightforward. What we can do is we can square this. So we are going to get P square equals 4 times L square plus B square plus 2LB. That is what we are going to get, right. But I know that L square plus B square is 4R square. So I will be able to say P square is 4 into 4R square plus twice LB, or I can say that P square by 4 is 4R square plus twice LB, or I can say P square by 4 minus 4R square is twice LB, or I can say L into B, which is the area of the rectangle, will be P square by 8 minus 2R square. So the area of the rectangle will be P square by 8 minus 2R square, which is option 2. So you can solve it in this manner as well. You can solve it by assuming values as well. In this question, the ratio of the number of males to females is 5:4. Ratio of number of literate males to literate females is 2:3, and illiterate males to illiterate females is 4:3. Now 3600 males are literate, is what has been given to us. We have to find the total number of females in the village. Fairly straightforward. We can just use numbers or we can just use variables and can figure this out, right. So in this case, we know that the number of literate males to literate females is 2:3. So let's say for example, we are talking about males, we are talking about females, we are talking about literate males, illiterate males, and literate females, illiterate females. So when it comes to literate males to literate females, it's 2x is to 3x or 2:3. In terms of illiterate males to illiterate females, it's 4:3. So we can say this is 4y and this is 3y. That is what we have here. There are 3600 males in the village who are literate. So we know that 2x is nothing but 3600. We need to find the total number of females in this particular village. So if 2x is 3600, can we say that 3x will be nothing but 3 by 2 into 3600 or 5400. So that is what we know. So the total number of males is 3600 plus 4y. The total number of females is 5400 plus 3y. But we know that the ratio of males to females is 5:4. So total males will be 3600 plus 4y. Total females will be 5400 plus 3y, but the ratio of males to females is 5:4. So 36 into 4 is 144. So 14,400 plus 16y will be 5400 into 5. You can either calculate or you can keep it as it is. It's not a difficult number to calculate. So I'm writing 27,000 here plus 15y. So we are going to get y equals 14,400 and 27,000, the difference between these two. So it's going to be 12,600. 27,000 minus 14,000 is 13,000, minus 400 is 12,600. So y is 12,600 is what we have. We need to find the total number of females in this particular village. So total number of females is going to be 5,400 plus 3 times 12,600, right. So 12,600 into 3 is 36,000 plus 1,800, which is 37,800. So the total number of females is 0, 0, 8 plus 4, 12, 7 plus 5, 12 plus 1, 13, 3 plus 1, 4. So the correct answer here is 43,200 females who will be present in this particular village. This is a rather straightforward question. The average of 3 integers is 13. When a natural number n is included, the average becomes or remains an odd integer. So if the average of 3 integers is 13, we can say that the total of these 3 integers is 13 into 3, that is 39. Now when a natural number n is added to 39, the average of these 4 integers, so 39 plus n by 4, will be an odd integer. We need to find the minimum possible value of n. So n is a natural number. So n can be 1, n can be 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on. So when n equals 1, you are going to get 39 plus 1, that is 40, divided by 4 to be 10. It is not an odd integer. N equals 2, 41 by 4, not an integer. N equals 3, 42 by 4, not an integer. N equals 4, 43 by 4, not an integer. N equals 5, 44 divided by 4 gives you an 11, which is an odd integer. So the smallest value of n for which this entire condition holds true is going to be when n equals 5, and that will give us the average or the new average as 11, which is an odd integer. So the correct answer here is option 3, that is 5. In this question, trains A and B start traveling at the same time towards each other, and they are starting from x and y respectively. So A is here, B is here, let's say this is x, this is y. They start traveling towards each other. Train A reaches station Y in 10 minutes. So A goes from x to y in a total time of 10 minutes. And B takes 9 minutes to reach the station after meeting train A. So let's say there is this point C where these two people meet or these two trains meet. After that, train B takes 9 minutes to reach its destination. Now we have to figure out the total time taken in minutes by train B to travel from station Y to station X. Now there are multiple ways of solving this. One way of looking at it is the concept of what happens when two trains cross each other and then take x and y minutes respectively to reach the destinations, right? So you can say square root of something upon something has to be the or the inverse of that has to be the ratio of the two speeds and so on. We can also use a basic way to figure it out as well. So let's say train B takes t minutes to go from Y to C. So till the meeting point, let's say train T takes t minutes. We can also say that train A started at that same point in time, it met train B at this point C, it would have also taken t minutes to cover this distance. We know that train A covered the entirety of the distance in 10 minutes. If the first part was covered in t minutes, the second part will be covered in 10 minus t minutes. We also know that they have been traveling at a constant speed throughout. So in the first case, if you look at the distance travelled by train A from A to C and the distance travelled by train B from C to X rather, we can say that they have covered the same distance. So can I say that speed of A upon speed of B when distance remains the same is nothing but inverse of the amounts of time taken, right? So speed of A divided by speed of B will be nothing but time taken by train B to go from C to X, that is 9 minutes, divided by time taken by train A to go from X to C, that is t minutes. Similarly, I can also say that SA upon SB for this part, right, will be nothing but time taken by A to go from C to Y, which is 10 minus t units, right, and time taken by train B to go from C to Y, which is t units. But because this is inverse, so when distance is constant, speed is inversely proportional to time. So SA upon SB will be time taken by train B to go from Y to C, which is nothing but t divided by time taken by train A to go from C to B, which is 10 minus t. So we can say that 9 by t is the same as t upon 10 minus t because both of these are the same. We can easily figure out 90 minus 9 t is equal to t square, right, or we can say t square plus 9t minus 90 is equal to 0, right. Don't get confused between 90 and 90, right. So there are two different things. Now we need to split this 9t into two parts such that their product is minus 90. So we can say that the factorization will be t plus 15 into t minus 6 equals 0. Because 15 sixes or 15 into minus 6 is 90 and 15 plus minus 6 is 9. So that's when we get t equals minus 15 or t equals 6. Now time taken cannot be minus 15, so time taken has to be equal to 6. So this t will be equal to 6. But the question does not ask you how much time does it take for B to go from Y to C. It asks us how much time is taken by train B to go from Y to X. So 6 units is what it took for train B to go from Y to C. 9 units is what it took train B to travel from C to X. So cumulatively it would have covered the entire distance in 9 plus 6 or 15 minutes to go from station Y to station X. In this question, we have to distribute 20 identical balloons among 4 children such that each child gets some balloons but no child gets an odd number of balloons, or in other words, each child gets an even number of balloons, right? So that is basically what has been told to us, and at least 2 balloons, because 0 is not permissible, 1 is not permissible because 1 is an odd number. So every child needs to get at least 2 balloons. So let's say, for example, we give those 2 balloons to each of these 4 children and we are done with that basic part. Now we can say that one child plus the amount of balloons by the other child plus the amount of balloons by the other child plus the number of balloons by the 4th child should cumulatively be 12. Why 12? Because I have already given 2 balloons to child A, 2 balloons to child B, 2 balloons to child C and 2 balloons to child D, right? So 8 balloons have been given away. Now I have 12 balloons. I can distribute it however I want to, right? I can distribute it the way I want to, purely because I would have already given 2 balloons to each child. So I can choose to not give anything. I can choose to give 2 balloons, 4 balloons, all 12 balloons to one child. Anything is possible. But because I have given an even number of balloons to each child initially, I need to give an even number of balloons to each child now as well. Because now if I give 1 balloon to the first child, that child will have 3 balloons, which violates the condition wherein each child should have an even number of balloons. The way to handle this is, let's say I give 2 A balloons to the first child, 2 B balloons to the second child, 2 C balloons to the third child and 2 D balloons to the fourth child, where A, B, C, D can be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6, right? That is basically what I am doing. Now in this particular context, the total number of balloons is 12. If I just cancel out a 2 from each of these terms, I am going to get A plus B plus C plus D equals 6. Now I can choose to give all 6 to A, in which case A will have the initial 2 balloons plus 12, that is 14 balloons, and the remaining people will have 2 balloons each, possibility. I can give 3 balloons to A, 3 balloons to B, or I can make A equals 3, in which case A would have got 6 balloons in the second distribution, B would have got second balloons in the second distribution. It's fairly possible, right? So all these will basically be the solutions to our equation. So in this case, what is the number of solutions for this? We know that the number of solutions for this is n plus r minus 1, cr minus 1. In this case, n is nothing but the number of objects, 6, plus r is the number of parts, that is 4, minus 1c, 4 number of parts minus 1. So we are going to get 9c3, which is nothing but 9 into 8 into 7 divided by 3 into 2 into 1. How did I get this? This is 9 factorial by 6 factorial, 3 factorial. So 9 into 8 into 7 into 6 factorial gets cancelled out, and so I am left with 9 into 8 into 7 by 3 into 2 into 1. So 3 3s are 9, 2 4s are 8, 3 4s are 12, 7s are 84 is the answer to this particular question. So there are 84 ways of distributing 20 identical balloons among 4 children such that each child gets at least 1 balloon and no child gets an odd number of balloons. This was again a fairly straightforward question on greatest integer function. Now if you are comfortable with greatest integer function, you would have been able to decode this question very quickly. If not, you would have struggled with it and even you could have left it as well, right? But it's a very easy question. Greatest integer function, if you know it in its spirit, you are good to go. So in this case, what has been told to us is we have to add all the values of this expression starting from n equal to 1 to a number n, right? So n equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 till n, all natural numbers from 1 till n. For that, the value of this expression, each value of this expression needs to be added. And cumulatively that value should be equal to 25. I need to find the largest integer, or I need to find the value of n for which this summation equals 25. Now let's see what happens if you put n equals 1. If you put n equals 1, I need to just figure out summation of n equals 1 till 1. So there's going to be only one term and 1 by 5 plus n by 25, right? So 1 to 1, it basically means n can only take the value of 1. So 1 by 5 plus 1 by 25, this is going to be nothing but, I can just make this 5 by 25 plus 1 by 25, which gives me 6 by 25. Now 6 by 25 will be 0 point something. I need to find the largest integer that is less than 0 point something and equal to 0 point something or not equal to that integer, right? So what is the largest integer that is less than 0 point something? It has to be 0, right? So the value of this part becomes 0. Now let's say I put n equal to 2, then what happens? Again I have 5 by 25 plus 2 by 25, it gives me 7 by 25, it is still 0 point something. So still the value is 0. N equal to 3, 5 by 25 plus 3 by 25, cumulatively 8 by 25, 0 point something. Greatest integer that is less than 0 point something will be 0 itself. N equals 10, let's say for example. 5 plus 10 by 25, 15 by 25, still less than 1. N equals 20, 5 plus 20 by 25, this is basically when it becomes 1. So the greatest integer less than or equal to 1. So we have also been told less than or equal to 1, right? Less than 1 is 0, but equal to 1, 1. So we are talking about the largest integer here, that will be 1. So in this particular context, if you look at it, I basically have to add n equals 1 till n such that 5 by 25 rather plus n by 25, this is basically what adds up to 25. Right. So 5 plus n by 25. So all the terms if I add starting from n equals 1 to n, then this total should give me 25. Now as we saw earlier, when n becomes equal to 20, that is the first instance when this resultant will be 1. So n equals 1 to 19, there will be all zeros that will be present. Let's say n equals 20. When n equal to 20, 25 by 25 is 1. N equal to 21, 5 plus 21 is 26 by 25 is 1 point something. The greatest integer that is less than 1 point something will be 1 itself, right? So 20 will give me resultant as 1, 21 will give me resultant as 1, 22 will give me resultant as 1 and so on. So we need this to add up to 25. So I need to add 25 more terms after 19, which basically means I need to go till 44. 19 plus 25 is 44. Now you can just look at it and see what happens. So when n equal to 20, 5 plus 20 by 25 is 1, 21, 26 by 25, greatest integer function is 1. If you reach 41, let's say, 5 plus 41 is 46 by 25 will give you 1. If you reach 42, 5 plus 42, 47 by 25 will give you 1 point something, it has not reached 2 yet. 43 plus 5, 48 by 25, 1 point something. 44 plus 5, 49 by 25, still 1 point something. When you reach 45, that is when you are going to get the first 2. But we have been asked to only look at the sum being 25. If you add the terms till 44 rather, you are going to get 25 as the answer. So the correct answer here is when n, capital N equals 44, the summation will lead to a cumulative value of 25. In this question, Pinky is standing in a queue at a ticket counter. The ratio of the number of persons standing ahead of Pinky to the number of persons standing behind her is 3:5. So let's say Pinky is standing here. The number of people in front of Pinky, let's say, is 3x. The number of people behind Pinky is 5x. That is what has been given to us. If the total number of persons in the queue is less than 300, maximum possible number of persons standing ahead of Pinky is what? Straightforward question. The total number of people in this queue will be nothing but 5x plus 3x, 8x plus Pinky herself. So 8x plus 1 has to be less than 300, or 8x has to be less than 299, or x has to be less than 8 3s are 24, 59, so 8 7s are 56 point something. Now x has to be an integer, x has to be less than 37 point something. The maximum value that x can take will be 37. We need to find the maximum possible value of 3x. Now x max is 37. What will be the value of 3 times x max? So 3 into 37, that is 111. So the maximum number of persons who could be standing in front of Pinky or ahead of Pinky will be 111, which will be the answer to this particular question. In this question, there are 100 students, out of which 73 like coffee, 80 like tea, 52 like lemonade. Now we have also been told that there is a possibility that there could be students who do not like any of these 3 drinks. we need to find the difference between the maximum possible overlap between these three or the people who like these three drinks and the minimum possible number of people who like these three drinks. Maximum overlap is going to happen when everybody who likes, or the lowest number which one drink has, will be the number of people who like everything else. That is the maximum possible overlap. And because we know that there could be students who do not like any of these three drinks, we are good to go in that particular aspect. So if you look at the condition here, 73, 80 and 52, 52 is the limiting condition, right? So 52 being the limiting condition, the maximum possible overlap that can exist will be 52. So the max overlap that can exist is 52 in this particular context. So 52 people who like lemonade also like coffee, also like tea. The remaining whatever people, 21 people might like coffee and tea as well. And the remaining whatever people, 9 people or 7 people might like only tea. That is a possibility. The remaining 20 people don't like anything. It's fine, because there could be people who don't like any of these three drinks. So max overlap is 52. Minimum overlap here is basically what we have to figure out. So the minimum overlap will happen when we try to separate the sets as much as we can. So in this particular context, let's say we have 100 people who are present here inside this classroom. Let's say 73 people like coffee, right? Now I need 80 people to like tea, and these 80 people have to be as different as is possible from the people who like coffee. Why is that the case? Because if I put some people who like tea and coffee, there is a chance that they might like lemonade as well. So I will try to separate these three groups as much as I can. So in this particular context, I will fill this 27 people with tea first. I will ensure that the remaining 27 people like tea first, and then I will try to distribute the remaining people that we have. So 80 people like tea, 27 of them like only tea, let's say, which means that the remaining 53 people will be the ones who would like coffee as well. So now the number of people who like tea and coffee is 53, and that is when I have ensured that there is least possible overlap that exists. Now the second condition that we have here, right? If you look at the second condition that we have here, 52 people like lemonade. Now I will try to avoid overlap with this 53. Why? Because 53 people like tea and coffee. If I put people who like lemonade into this mix as well, then I will get a large overlap. But my idea is to minimize the overlap in this particular scenario. So what I will do is, outside of this 53, whoever is there, I will try to make them like lemonade first. What is the number of people outside of this 53? 47, because there are 100 people in total. So I will make the remaining 47 people like lemonade first, right? So 47 people who are outside of this 43, they like lemonade, let's say for example. But I have 52 people who like lemonade. So however much I try, I cannot have more or cannot have less than 5 people liking all three drinks. Why? Because 47 like lemonade, but 52 like lemonade in total. The remaining 5 have to go to this group. So the minimum possible value is going to be 5. So the difference between the maximum possible intersection and the minimum possible intersection will be 52 minus 5, that is 47. So the correct answer here is option 2, that is 47. In this question, A and B are natural numbers, and we have been given two equations that are present. We have to find the value of 2A plus B. So let's look at what happens here. So A square plus AB plus A is 14, B square plus AB plus B is 28. Now if I subtract the first equation from the second equation, I am going to get B square minus A square. AB and AB will get cancelled out, plus B minus A equals 14, because 28 minus 14 will be 14 itself. Now I can say that B minus A into B plus A plus B minus A equals 14. Or in other words, B minus A multiplied by B plus A plus 1 will be equal to 14. So this is what we are going to get in this particular context. I need to find out what is the value of 2A plus B, right? So in this case, I know that B minus A is a factor of 14. Why is that the case? Because I know that A and B are natural numbers. So I can say that, let's say the value of B minus A is 1, or it can be 2, or it can be 7, or it can be 14. It can take only these 4 values. In that context, B plus A plus 1 will be equal to 14. If b minus a is 2, b plus a plus 1 will be 7. If the left part is 7, the right part will be 2. If the left part is 14, the right part will be 1. I also know that b and a are natural numbers. So b plus a plus 1 has to be at least equal to 3, right? Because the minimum value that b can take is 1, the minimum value that a can take is 1, and then the right side will become 3, which is the minimum possible value. So b plus a plus 1 cannot be equal to 2, b plus a plus 1 cannot be equal to 1. So I have to just consider these two cases that we have. So let's say I know b minus a equals 1, I know a plus b plus 1 is 14. If a plus b plus 1 is 14, can I say that a plus b is equal to 13? Now, if we look at this particular equation, if you add these two, you are going to get 2b equals 14 or b equals 7. That is what we are going to get here. If b equals 7, a automatically becomes 6, right? So this is basically what we have in this particular context. So b minus a is 1, a plus b is equal to 13. So we are going to get 1 into 14, that is equal to 14. That is what we have. If you look at the second condition that we have here, we have b minus a equals 2 and a plus b plus 1 equals 7. So a plus b plus 1 equals 7, which means a plus b equals 6 in this particular context. Now if a plus b equals 6 in this particular context, then we are going to get 2b equals 8 if I add these two, or b equals 4. If b equals 4, then a automatically becomes 2. So we have 4 and 2 that will be present here, right? So if you look at the overall context, I have got two solutions that are present here. In this case, b minus a would have been equal to 1, b plus a plus 1 would have been equal to 14, b plus a would have been equal to 13, 2b would have been equal to 14, or b would have been equal to 7 in this particular context, a equals 6 in this particular context. But if you look at what is happening in this particular thing in terms of the equations that we have here, if you look at it, a square will be 36 plus ab will be 42 plus a will be 6. This does not add up to 14. And so this is not a solution set that we are looking at. So this is basically the solution set that we are looking at. A square will be 4 plus 4 2s are 8 will give me 12 plus 2 is 14. The other part will also match. So in this particular context, 2a plus b will be nothing but 2 into 2 plus 4 or 4 plus 4, that is 8. So the correct answer here is option 3, that is 8. In this case, the average weight of students in a class increases by 600 grams when some new students join the class. Average weight of the new students is 3 kg more than the average weight of the original students. We need to find out the ratio of the original to the number of new students. So fairly straightforward question if you know the rule of alligations. So in this particular case, let's say for example, we are talking about original students versus new students. The average weight of the original students, let's say the average weight of original students is x, doesn't matter. Then the average weight of the new students is 3 kg more than the average weight of the original students, and we have 600 grams here. So I'll write this as x plus 3000 grams. So we are talking in terms of x grams and x plus 3000 grams. Now the average weight of the class increases by 600 gram. So initially it was x, now it is x plus 600 when these two things are mixed. So what we need to find out is what is the ratio between the original and the new students. So x plus 3000, x plus 600, the gap here is going to be 2400, and the gap between these two will be x plus 600 minus x, that is 600. So the ratio of the original students to the number of new students will be 2400 is to 600 or 4 is to 1. So the correct answer here is option 4, that is 4 is to 1.